Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us here today at our SBA Cyber Summit. We will be getting started momentarily.
Hi, I'm Preston Harsh of the U.S. Small Business Administration. A very warm welcome to the SBA Cyber Summit. We're thrilled to have you here today as we kick off this 3-week series dedicated to empowering small businesses with the knowledge and tools they need to enhance their cybersecurity. First and foremost, I do want to express our sincere gratitude for your presence and participation. I know with all that you have going on with your business, time is a precious commodity, and your commitment to strengthening the security of your small businesses is commendable, and we're so honored to have you as a part of this virtual gathering. Now, before we officially begin today's agenda, I do have a few suggestions on how you can make the most of our sessions during this conference. 1, engage actively. Don't be a passive observer. We encourage you to not only ask your questions, but share your experiences and participate in all of the discussions during both the presentations and the Q&A sessions. Your input just may add immense value to all of these discussions. Tip 2, network and collaborate. Take advantage of the virtual environment to connect with your fellow attendees here. There are so many participants from various industries and backgrounds right here in this room. So use this opportunity to network. which could lead to some valuable collaborations and partnerships for you. Tip 3, take notes. These sessions are packed with valuable insights, tips, and strategies. So be sure to have a notebook or a digital note-taking tool handy to capture key points and action items. Tip 4, plan for your future sessions. Today is just the beginning of our 3-week journey. So mark your calendars for our upcoming sessions on October 25th and November 1st. I promise you each day will offer some unique perspectives and expertise that you don't want to miss out on. Tip 5, share your insights. If you find something that's particularly helpful or even thought-provoking, share it on your social media platforms using our conference hashtag SBA Cyber Summit. Sharing the knowledge can not only benefit you and your peers, but also expand your professional network. Now to today's agenda. Today is just the beginning of a comprehensive journey to fortify your small business's cybersecurity defenses. So we have lined up exceptional speakers and engaging discussions to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need. So we are so, again, excited to embark on this journey with you. So let's make the most of today's sessions and look forward to the valuable insights that will unfold over the next 3 weeks. Now, without further ado, let me welcome Mark Madrid, SBA's Associate Administrator for Entrepreneurial Development, to officially open the 2023 SBA Cyber Summit.
Welcome, small business owners across America and those who support, encourage, and empower them. Welcome to the second annual SBA Cyber Summit, hosted right here at the U.S. Small Business Administration. We are thrilled to stand before you today as your host as we embark on this critical journey to help our U.S. small businesses to protect themselves from cyber threats and cyber criminals. I'm Mark Madrid, Associate Administrator for the SBA Office of Entrepreneurial Development. Our team is proud to work on a daily basis with a diverse national network of collaborators that serve America's small business community and provide support on opportunities and challenges, including cybersecurity. In today's digital age, the importance of cybersecurity cannot be overstated. Small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, yet they often face unique challenges in safeguarding their digital assets and sensitive information. It is our privilege and obligation to introduce you to our Cyber Summit, which means access to no cost, timely, and turnkey solutions geared toward you, our small business owner community. Our convenient and readily accessible virtual convening will empower you to address cyber challenges head on. And over the course of this summit, we will bring together the brightest minds in the fields of cybersecurity, policy, and entrepreneurship to share insights, strategies, best practices, and most importantly, tools. Together, we will chart a journey to fortify digital defenses for our small businesses across America. As we dive into these discussions, workshops, and presentations, we encourage you to engage fully and listen, take notes, and exchange ideas in our chat. After all, this is for you. And this summit is a platform for collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing. By the end of these sessions, our aim is for every small business owner to leave here with the tools and knowledge necessary to defend against cyber threats today and to do so efficiently and effectively. With that, let's get started. Together, we can ensure a safer and more resilient future for our inspiring small business owners across this country. And now it is my high honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Isabella Casillas Guzman. Isabella Casillas Guzman was sworn in as the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration on March 17, 2021, and serves in President Biden's cabinet as the leading advocate for America's 33 million plus small businesses and innovative startups. Madam Administrator, thank you for officially kicking off our second annual Cyber Summit, and we welcome you.
Welcome, everyone, to the U.S. Small Business Administration's second annual Cybersecurity Summit, where we are helping small businesses take action for resilience during Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I'm Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman, 27th Administrator of the SBA, the federal cabinet agency that helps power small businesses with capital, knowledge networks, mentors, and revenue growth opportunities. SBA's Cybersecurity Summit is our opportunity to collaborate with federal agencies, SBA resource partners like our Small Business Development Centers, and our network of private partners and experts to share resources and best practices that will help America's entrepreneurs build their confidence and know-how to deal with cyber threats and cyber attacks. Whether you are an established business or part of the historic small business boom that we've seen since President Biden took office, we know digital technologies are more integral to your business than ever before. Small businesses have made the technology pivot to connect to opportunity, but face new risks with this expanded digital footprint. Tech adoption without cyber resilience creates opportunity for cyber criminals. Cyber attacks against small businesses are on the rise because criminals exploit when entrepreneurs lack the knowledge or resources to prevent attacks. The threats posed by malicious online actors can be devastating, and when our small businesses are under attack, our economy is at risk. That's why the SBA is committed to helping you and your employees get prepared and leverage free resources to continue your digital journey securely. And we aren't alone out there. SBA's network of private partners is stepping up. We power SBA's Small Business Digital Alliance with Business Forward to tap global leaders in technology, communications, and beyond to create access to competitive digital opportunities. Through our digital tools library, small businesses can access over 300 free tools and trainings to operate more efficiently, leverage data to gain customer insights, research new markets, find and retain talent, create a secure online presence, and so much more. SBA's nationwide network of field offices and resource partners also delivers service and support, including our cybersecurity programming at our Small Business Development Centers, or SBDCs. But this work goes far beyond the SBA and its incredible entrepreneurial ecosystem and networks. Cybersecurity is critical to our national economy, national security, and democracy. That's why in the Biden-Harris administration, we continue to work across the federal government and with the private sector to ensure critical systems and industries are adopting and maintaining best practices, building secure, smart infrastructure, combating digital money laundering, and combating ransomware and other threats whenever they occur. And while we each do our part to act locally, President Biden is thinking globally to keep America safe as he continues to lead cybersecurity efforts around the world. Through President Biden's International Counter Ransomware Initiative, we are establishing cyber dialogues with allies and partners abroad to build collective cybersecurity, coordinated responses, and effective cyber deterrence wherever threats arise. So you are not alone. We are not alone. And SBA's Cyber Summit speakers will share insights about these important initiatives and ways that you can take action today to help stop cyber criminals and attacks. I'm joined by some of my distinguished federal colleagues across government, Drennan Dudley, who's the Assistant National Cyber Director, White House Office of the National Cybersecurity Director, as well as Jen Easterly, who's the Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, and as well Farouk Mita, Director of the Department of Defense's Office of Small Business Programs, along with my Deputy Administrator at the SBA, Delaware Saeed, and my Associate Administrator, Mark Madrid. You'll also hear from leaders from tech industry, such as Vint Cerf, who's the Vice President at Google and an internet pioneer, as well as Craig Newmark, founder of Craigslist and Craig Newmark Philanthropies. Subject matter experts from our SBDC network, featuring the North Star platform, and more. And critically, you're going to hear from fellow small business owners, which truly distinguishes this summit as sharing of that strategic level use case from another small business owner as a peer mentor, in effect, is the most effective way to find your path towards stronger cybersecurity in your business. SBA's mission in this summit is to help your business gain the tools, networks, and understanding to protect you, your employees, and your business, and ultimately strengthen your balance sheet for growth and resilience while reducing the risks of cyber threats. Your time is your most valuable investment, and we designed this summit to be impactful as you can go back to your business and do what you do best: create jobs, create the products and services that really define our neighborhoods and our economy, and do it all safely and securely. So on behalf of all of the SBA and my federal colleagues and my partners, thank you for joining us.
Hey everybody, I'm Jen Easterly, Director of CISA, America's Cyber Defense Agency, and I want to be the first to wish you a happy Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I'm thrilled to get to share with you a little about this year's campaign through this video. This October, we challenge all Americans to help secure our world by adopting 4 simple steps that everyone can take to stay safe online. First, use strong passwords, meaning long, random, and unique to each account, and use a password manager to generate them and to save them. 2, one of my personal favorites, enable multi-factor authentication on all accounts that offer it. You need more than a password on your most important accounts like email, social media, and financial accounts. So enable MFA. 3, recognize and report phishing. As we like to say, think before you click. Be cautious of unsolicited emails or texts or calls asking you for personal information, and don't click on links or open attachments from unknown sources. Finally, number 4, update your software. In fact, enable automatic updates on your software, so the latest security patches just keep your devices continuously up to date. We all have a role to play to secure our world. We can all secure our online accounts by practicing basic cyber hygiene, including the 4 steps I just mentioned. And let's secure our families by ensuring that our loved ones know what to look for and how to stay safe online. Companies also have a role to play to secure our digital world. CISA is asking tech companies and software developers to secure our businesses and our individual customers by ensuring that their products are secure by design. That way, technology is secure right out of the box, and Americans are better protected. We invite families, small and medium businesses, tech providers, government, and international partners and others to join the campaign and participate in Cybersecurity Awareness Month 2023. Learn more by visiting cisa.gov.
Good day, small business owners across America. My name is Mark Madrid. I'm Associate Administrator for the United States Small Business Administration. We welcome you to our 2nd annual SBA Cyber Summit. We know cyber threats are real, that they're ominous, that they're threatening, so we're here to provide turnkey resources for you. Thank you for choosing to be here. We know your time is precious, and so we look forward to having 4 Wednesdays with you, providing resources that are turnkey and no cost. It's my honor today to introduce Farouk Mita, who's our Director of Department of Defense Office of Small Business Programs. Farouk, thank you for joining us. Can you tell us more about the office that you lead and why cyber is integrated in terms of your outreach efforts and frankly, your deliverables here in your position?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mark. My office is in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. So in the entire Department of Defense, my office is responsible for all small business programs, policy, engagement. I oversee small business professionals in the acquisition workforce. We've got 750 small business professionals embedded all across our services and defense agencies. And the largest part of our industrial base at DoD is small businesses, both prime contractors and subcontractors. And we know when it comes to cybersecurity, these companies are the most vulnerable. They often lack the know-how. They often lack the resources to comply with cybersecurity standards. And we want to make sure that our supply chains are secure. So that's why cybersecurity is really, really important to the mission of my office, and that's the role that we play, really in helping educate, train, and make sure that companies have the know-how and the resources they need to comply with cybersecurity standards.
Well, thank you, Farouk, for your efforts. You have an impressive body of work when it comes to your experience. And the president and vice president, as well as the administrator of the SBA, Isabella Casillas Guzman, has charged us to break silos, to work together. And we actually have an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding together between DoD and SBA. Can you talk a little bit about that and how exciting this opportunity is to actually support our small business owners in this space?
Yeah, I was really excited, Mark, to sign that MOU with you last year. And I think it's really important that the small business administrations, SBDCs, small business development centers, and the DoD's Apex accelerators work really closely together to support small businesses. We've got thousands and thousands of companies that want to enter the defense marketplace, but also the broader federal government and state and local government marketplaces. And it's really important that as we have resources on the ground in these communities, that we're working together so companies find it easy to access these resources. So I think having that synergy with SBA is crucial, and I'm glad that in many places we're actually co-located, so that makes things a lot easier for small business owners.
And thank you for mentioning Apex accelerators, formerly known as PTACs, right? Can you tell us about what you've transformed in terms of leading the Apex accelerators and a little bit about that transition?
Yeah, so the program was called the PTAC program, and it was actually in a different component within DoD, and it moved over to my office this fiscal year, actually. And we really wanted to make sure that we put a brand and a name for this program that really talked about what we're trying to do, which is accelerate American entrepreneurship and accelerate companies into the federal government marketplace. And we really have re-vectored the program to focus on new areas. For example, we're having them help us with cybersecurity training. Companies also are at risk of foreign ownership, control, and influence, so we're having them help us with that training. But we're also having them help us with market research. We have 96 centers across the country that are talking to thousands of companies every year, but they've never shared data with us before at the department. They've never shared data with each other. So we want to make sure as our acquisition workforce is doing market research, that we're taking in the companies on the ground that are talking to our accelerators, because that's the supply chain. So we're really making sure that this program is embedded into our broader industrial base activities and programs, not just small business, but other programs that we have as well, including working with many of our prime contractors who often go to the accelerators to look for suppliers. So really excited about the new vision and the new direction of the program.
Let's call it what it is. The federal government is the world's #1 purchaser. And so can you talk about the opportunities that lie ahead in terms of an inclusive base of suppliers? This MOU is also intended for us not to duplicate resources between the Apex accelerators and the small business development centers. So can you talk about the huge opportunity ahead and how it aligns with the administration's goals?
Yeah, look, I think, and you know, that the president came in and said that he really wanted to leverage the purchasing power of the federal government to support underserved communities, whether that's small disadvantaged businesses or rural communities or others. And really, when you look at the federal government resources in these communities, DoD and SBA play a big role in that. And I think having the ability for us through the MOU to tell companies very easily, what do the SBDCs do? What do these Apex accelerators do? How can you work with both of them? It really makes it easier for them to know when they walk into the door, they know what to ask for, and they know what the resources are. And we're actually really making that even easier on our end through revitalizing our office website, which is business.defense.gov.
Nice.
We're actually adding a content management system and using technology and tools where a company can come to our website, they can put in their basic capabilities, and we can tell them where to go, whether it's programs in DoD or to an SBA resource. It could be an SBDC, it could be another SBA center, it could be an Apex accelerator. But I think the MOU really gives us the ability to delineate roles and responsibilities in a way that companies can know where to go and what to ask and know what the resources are very quickly and easily.
It's so true, and I think there's different personas when it comes to this space, and clearly outlining the different pathways for success, I think, is important. We were both in Florida with the Florida SBDC network, one of the largest SBDC networks in the entire country, and I look at them as a center of excellence. Can you tell me more about that visit? Because it was comforting to understand that we had Apex accelerators and SBDCs in the same room talking the same language.
Yeah, I was recently there in Fort Lauderdale at the Small Business Success Summit, and I thought that it was a really good opportunity to talk about the vision of what we're trying to do with the program in terms of Apex accelerators. But it was great that Florida's SBDC put that together and had both communities there and had a lot of real tangible workshops that could help small businesses. So I was really impressed with the breadth of content they had there, and I think it's a really great model. You had sessions that were helping companies just get started on how to do tax issues, deal with compliance issues. But then you actually had DoD customers there, for example, from SoftWorks in Tampa, from SOCOM, and others that were there to talk about what they called a mashup, which was real opportunities to do business. I was also impressed by the fact that we had a lot of new entrants there who had never done business with the federal government before. So I thought it was a great event. I'm glad we were both able to be a part of it, and I'm glad that both of our programs really had that synergy to be there together.
And we're both leaning into advancing technology as well and advancing equity. Can you tell us more about that? Because I did see a lot of new entrants there, and that's exciting because I don't know about you, but I've supported a lot of small business owners over the last 15 years. And the younger generations don't necessarily all the time think that it's the most user-friendly operation. But to see that spirit, like we did in Florida. I also saw it in Houston with your Apex accelerators on the ground there and our SBDCs. Can you tell us about technology, how it can be a path forward in terms of appealing to new entrants?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're doing, like I mentioned, is really making sure that the front end of our website is connected to all the work happening on the ground. And that if a company comes and walks into an Apex accelerator, their information isn't just there, but it actually comes to us. It's also accessible by others. And they're creating almost like company profiles that are accessible by everybody across DoD. Now, we're not there today, but we're moving towards that. And we're also building market intelligence tools for our acquisition workforce. So when we're developing requirements, we want to use Expedia-style technologies so a customer can put their requirements in of what they're looking to purchase and then get data on not just federal government marketplace small businesses that could be performers, but also commercial companies. So the goal of that is to increase small business participation, increase set-aside competition for small businesses, and to bring in these new companies that may have never done business before with the DoD.
And Farouk, let's talk about the legislation, the historic legislation that's been passed, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Science and Chips Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. For us at the Small Business Administration, that means more opportunities potentially for our small businesses, and I'm sure you can concur with that.
Yeah, no doubt. And what I'll say, which is the most interesting thing about all of these bills that the president has spearheaded and passed, many with bipartisan support, is in this country we're now really focusing on developing an industrial policy. And we've seen that we have strategic competitors globally. And if we want to not just keep up, but continue to outpace them, we need to make the right investments, whether it's in roads and bridges, whether it's in semiconductor fabs or R&D, or whether it's investing in climate change. I was just looking at the 1-year anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act, and I was pleasantly surprised to see the record dollars of private sector investment that has gone into clean energy in this country. And that's really what we want to do as the government, right? We want to send the demand signal, and then we want the private sector to follow us and make those investments. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for small businesses. And I think that our two programs with SBDCs and Apex can actually provide the roadmap to those companies on how to access those resources and opportunities to do business.
And Farouk, it's a long-term engagement. We're talking about decades of possibilities, correct?
Yeah, decades of investments and much needed investments in the country, as you know.
So to level set, how many Apex accelerators, we're going to use repeat messaging as our friend, are there? I'll layer in that there's almost 1,000 SBDCs between our 63 lead centers that manage the satellites throughout all the different states, but there's over 900 service centers. So that's almost 1,000 SBDCs, Small Business Development Centers in the network. How many Apex accelerators do we have?
We don't have that many. We got a lot. We got 96 Apex accelerators across the country. We have some that are actually in native run as well and focus on those communities. So we really have got a diverse set of partners through our cooperative agreements that are helping small disadvantaged businesses, women-owned businesses. They're operating in hub zones. They're helping veteran-owned businesses. So it runs the gambit, and we're in practically every state. And in many cases, or all cases, we're actually in multiple locations within a state, like in Florida, where we've got a big footprint all across the map there.
And I think that's where we can work strategically. I mean, we have to work together in order for this to succeed. And so, speaking of success, what does success look like for your team in terms of in this area and this MOU, both in the short term and the long term?
So I think for both, I would say one is being able to work together, not just with you, but with other federal government resource providers on the ground. What I've noticed in my couple of years on the job here is that Department of Commerce has a footprint in many states through different offices like the MBDA and the EDA. SBA has local presence. Even within DoD, I oversee the Apex accelerators, but there are other components within the department that have a regional presence. So I really want us to work together on how we can get all of these pieces better connected together to make it easy for companies to understand what the resources are and how they can access them, not just ours, but the others as well. I think in the long run then, it's really, I'm hopeful that all of these local engagement efforts will feed into what we're doing from an acquisition perspective. So when we're actually buying goods and services, we're using the data that's being captured on the ground all across the country and really using that to bring in new entrants, commercial companies, and capabilities that we need from our perspective to support the warfighter and to make sure that we're continuing to outcompete and outpace our competitors across the globe.
That's wonderful. I mean, we're all in, and I just can't thank you enough for the strong partnership that we have. We know it's in writing, but we know that not only a strong heart is there, but a strong mind as well. In closing, how do you feel that cybersecurity will play a role in our success, not only in the MOU, but thinking about the thousands of small business owners that are tuning into this session? What is a closing message for them?
My closing message to them would be cybersecurity is paramount. If we cannot secure our networks, our operational technology, our supply chains, we're going to be vulnerable to continued IP theft, continued loss of government-sensitive data, and the possibility that we might not be able to do business with a company because they don't have the right level of protection, or if a company has an intrusion, it might actually put them out of commission for a bit. So we want to make sure those things don't happen, and we want to make sure that our supply chain is secure. And there are companies out there that support the department who are third, fourth tier suppliers, and they may not think that cybersecurity is important for them, but they may have the designs to an installation. They may have the designs to a really important platform. They may have all kinds of government sensitive data that we don't want our adversaries to have, and we shouldn't have our adversaries to have. So we really want to focus on changing the culture and helping companies understand that this is really, really important. And it doesn't matter if you're a one-person shop or a larger small business. We want you to take cybersecurity seriously and leverage some of the resources that you'll hear more about from my team.
Wonderful. Farouk, it's an honor to be with you. Thank you for your leadership and most importantly, your action on the ground.
Thanks, Mark.
You got it.
My name is Derek Davis, and I'm in the Department of Defense Office of Small Business Programs, where I manage the project spectrum and cyber governance and security for our office.
Small businesses often struggle with cybersecurity due to limited resources. Could you highlight some of the specific programs or initiatives that the Department of Defense has in place to support and assist small businesses in defending against cyber attacks?
Absolutely. Through the Department of Defense, we have in the Office of Small Business Programs, we have Project Spectrum, where you can find that on projectspectrum.io. Project Spectrum is a OSBP supported program that is fully funded by us, and it's a training and education resiliency platform. And what that enables small businesses to do is go to projectspectrum.io, learn about training and education, cybersecurity training and education, and find out things like compliance, governance, and we also have cyber advisors. The cyber advisors help the small businesses through the platform and also help them with challenges such as assessments and governance for upcoming things like CMMC compliance. ProjectSpectrum.io, founded in 2019, has helped over 800,000 businesses, 7,000 unique assessments, and we're pretty proud of how Project Spectrum has helped small businesses in the DIB.
The Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, or CMMC, has gained attention as a crucial cybersecurity requirement for contractors working with the Department of Defense. Can you explain how the Department of Defense is helping small businesses navigate the complexities of achieving CMMC compliance?
Absolutely. So there's two types of use cases for small businesses. So there's use case for the small business that have not done business with the federal government, and there's the use case for the small business that has done business with the federal government. Obviously, the second use case, they're used to NIST standards and compliant with NIST and the testing that they've read and understanding parts of NIST to become compliant to compete for contracts and the DIB. The other use cases for small businesses that have not done business with the federal government, and it can look like a mountain to climb. But through programs like Project Spectrum, there's training and education around compliance. And in that case, we have CMMC, that there's also other websites through CISA, NIST.gov, and CMMC.gov. You can find out and learn free about what this regulation will be, what the compliance measures look like, and how you can start preparing your organization for that. Through Project Spectrum, we have videos and snippets and vignettes that can allow you to go at free of charge to learn about CMMC. And if you have questions, we can pair you with a cyber advisor. Those cyber advisors are located all across the United States. They're free of charge. And once you register for the program, you can get all the information that you need in regards to CMMC.
The defense industrial base sector is critical to national security. How does the Department of Defense collaborate with small businesses in this sector to enhance their cybersecurity practices while maintaining their competitiveness?
So, in the past, it was, very challenging to kind of understand what the Department of Defense was doing in terms of encouraging small businesses to work with them, but also what do they do in order to work with us, right? So now with the advent of social media, websites, outreach, YouTube, there's tons of information that it's coming from top down. So the Department of Defense, our Office of Small Business, we have tons of content that we have for small businesses that maybe want to learn about governance, control, readiness without actually even speaking with us. So there's a lot of free content, but mostly we're developing programs in-house, and we're having outreach in sessions like this so folks can understand what we're doing. Also, with the President's National Cybersecurity Strategy, the President is really keen on the impact that small businesses have on innovation and in the defense industrial base, which makes us competitive globally. We also are, from the White House in particular, they're preparing us and small businesses with information as well.
Supply chain security is a growing concern. How does the Department of Defense help small businesses in their supply chains strengthen their cybersecurity defenses and maintain the integrity of the products and services they provide?
Yeah, in the past couple of years, there's been a lot of incidents in the supply chain, not necessarily from key providers, but down the chain, second, third, and fourth providers, right? And so when you think about supply chain, a lot of the supply chain manufacturers and companies, you don't think of them as IT companies or cyber-ready companies. But now with the advent of all the technology we have, every device is pretty much a technology device. OT, operational technology, and other parts of technology, and chip manufacturing, chip technology. There's code on those chips. There's, you could just even think about it. There's tons of tech in pretty much everything we touch nowadays. So what we're doing is we're educating each industry. Every industry has its own challenges. The manufacturing base has its own challenges. When you think about fabrication plants, when you think about plants that only supply chips to even something as simple as water supply, there's chips in there and there's OT there and IT there. So what we're doing is we're training and educating through Project Spectrum again. All small businesses can come to Project Spectrum. They can learn about how to thwart against cyber attacks there. And we recommend that they not only talk about their challenges, but also ask us, and we can assist them with assessments. And that assessment process will allow them to maybe have 10 or 20 checkpoints that they can look and see if they're compliant upon. And if they're compliant, then we can move forward and they can become cyber ready.
Small businesses often find it challenging to allocate budgets for cybersecurity. Are there any financial incentives, grants, or resources available from the Department of Defense to assist small businesses in bolstering their cybersecurity capabilities?
Absolutely. So, from a grant perspective, we're not there yet. We're working on things behind the scenes. But one thing we are doing is we have a program supported by our office and supported by DoD. Again, Project Spectrum is one of those programs. It's fully free and supported by our office. And what happens is once you register with Project Spectrum, it immediately gives you content and free service to educate your staff, or if it's just a small business with just one person, it allows you to get information in order to understand what cybersecurity readiness looks like and how you can help your company be cyber secure.
Collaboration and information sharing are essential in cybersecurity. How does the Department of Defense facilitate communication and collaboration among small businesses, larger contractors, and government entities to collectively defend against cyber threats?
Right. I think ultimately with cyber, as any other community, we're a community. I think meeting at events, outreach, conferences are key to success of cyber. I think if you're affected by cyber, I'm affected by cyber, we're all connected in today's age. So all companies should look as if they're connected, because exchanging an email with someone puts you at risk because of phishing attacks. Going out and talking about your company's information and your IP to someone at a conference puts your company at risk. So we have to keep in mind that communicating with each other, understanding the impact of cyber is not just technical, it's also other things like the enemy within. Well, there's been a recent attack where a company, a large auto manufacturer, the employees within the company, the enemy within, thwarted the organization and they were attacked. But I think what's key is to understand the impact of that and know that we're all in this together.
Data breaches can be detrimental to businesses of all sizes. Can you share any success stories or case studies where a small business that participated in the Department of Defense's cybersecurity programs successfully defended against cyber attacks and safeguarded their operations?
Yeah, absolutely. So within Project Spectrum, we've helped over 8,000 companies register for Project Spectrum, over 7,000 assessments, and hundreds of conversations with our cyber advisors. Also, within Project Spectrum, there's been videos helping and navigating small businesses through a would-be attack and what that looks like. We believe that through Project Spectrum, with helping those companies and getting the outreach out through conversations like this, we believe that we've stopped tons of attacks. So I think ultimately Project Spectrum is a tool that we're currently and continuously expanding, will continuously help small businesses across the United States.
Now, looking ahead, what can we expect from the Department of Defense in terms of new initiatives or expansions of existing programs aimed at further supporting small businesses in their cybersecurity endeavors?
Yeah. So as we know, this is a fight. It's a continuous fight. It never stops. And so cyber, if you think about it, within 25 years of the big push on the internet, we're still very junior in where we are, globally we are. Through Project Spectrum, we're continuously adding programs, investments in that program. We have things like foreign owner controlling interest and influence. We also have expansion of hiring more cyber advisors to help small businesses. We're also talking to industry-specific leaders to gain and understand the impacts that they're having. And the current administration is spending appropriated large amounts to cybersecurity. And so as working with the Small Business Administration and other agencies within with our federal government, we are adding and taking feedback on how to help small businesses. We believe that the defense industrial base is an innovation path to success for us to be competitive in the global market, and we are passionate about expanding our Project Spectrum program because of that.
Mr. Davis, thank you for everything that you do and the Department of Defense does to help small businesses. We also appreciate your participation in this year's SBA Cyber Summit.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Mark Madrid, Associate Administrator for the Office of Entrepreneurial Development here at the U.S. Small Business Administration.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aiksa Markulia, Regional Administrator for Region 8, covering Colorado, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Utah, and Wyoming.
And we welcome all of you, especially our small business owners across the country, to our incredible SBA Cyber Summit.
That's right, Mark. Today, we are going to dive into the world of cybersecurity and how it affects your small business. It's going to be an exciting day filled with valuable insights.
Absolutely. Cybersecurity is more critical than ever. Wouldn't you agree? Especially for our small businesses. But don't worry, we've got you covered.
In just a moment, you'll hear from experts from the Small Business Development Centers who will share some invaluable tips and strategies to protect your business online. As SBA's liaison to the Cybersecurity Task Force, I know that our SBDC partners feature world-class business coaches to help clients across the country, including their signature North Star initiative to combat cyber threats.
And believe us, these experts know their stuff. They're here to help you navigate the digital landscape and keep your business safe from cyber threats.
Yep. So whether you're just starting out or you've been running your small business for years, this summit is for you. You'll leave here with the knowledge and tools you need to stay cyber secure.
So hang with us, grab a cup of coffee, and get ready for an engaging and informative session. We're about to pass the baton to the SBDC experts, and they have a lot to share.
Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to safeguard your business. Stay tuned for the next segment featuring Small Business Development Centers experts talking about cybersecurity.
It's going to be an awesome day here at the SBA Cyber Summit, and we're thrilled to have you with us, especially our small business owners and those who serve them. Our sincere appreciation to T, Earl, Jake, and the many SBDC professionals leading the way. So without further ado, let's get started. Over to you, SBDC experts.
Thanks, Mark and Aikta. Appreciate that introduction, and I look forward to sharing a little bit here about the North Star cybersecurity programs offered through the SBDC. Cybersecurity, a team sport. So let me introduce myself. I'm Earl Gregorish. I'm with the South Carolina Small Business Development Center in Greenville, South Carolina. Jacob Blackston of the Delaware Small Business Development Center, and I both co-chair the America's SBDC Cybersecurity Task Force. Before our sessions begin, we want to take a few minutes and provide information on how you can engage with the expertise you will experience through our speakers and panelists. Cybersecurity may seem daunting. For that reason, we see it as a team sport. It's not a game, but it helps to have people you can count on in the fight against cyber attacks. That's why the Americas SBDC has created the North Star Cybersecurity Awareness Program. North Star Cybersecurity Programming is offered through the Small Business Development Center Network, which spans nearly 1,000 offices across every state and territory in the U.S. Our mission is to help founders start, grow, and sustain small businesses. We do this through one-on-one, no-cost, confidential consulting, training, classes, and resource connections. While our core services assist you with small business operations like financial management, funding preparation, marketing, and strategic planning, cybersecurity services like you're getting in the SBA's Cyber Summit help build and strengthen your business while protecting the value you worked so hard to build. When you see the North Star logo on cybersecurity services offered through our SBDC network, you can be assured that they are standards-based and presented in terms related directly to your business operations. We may see programs and training events or receive printed materials or digital tools co-branded with your local SBDC office and North Star. The North Star coverage area is nationwide, and while every SBDC office across the U.S. may not have a cyber specialist, you are only a phone call or email away from a regional resource for cybersecurity basic awareness tools and training. Cybersecurity doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't always require a lot of money, and you don't need to be a technical expert to implement some of the basic protections needed to keep your company safe. You can get one-on-one consultations at your local SBDC office by visiting americassbdc.org and typing in your zip code. A consultant is available for no-cost confidential appointments and can provide guidance on how to improve cybersecurity awareness within your business. At the americassbdc.org website, you can also download tools to help train yourself and your employees on timely topics impacting small businesses every day. Need information on how to spot a ransomware attack? Not sure how to explain phishing to your staff? We have ready-made downloadable guides for these and many other topics. While talking to your SBDC representative, be sure to ask you about training programs that are available. There may be live and virtual offerings on the very challenges you are facing in your business, like cyber attacks. To close, we want to emphasize that cybersecurity is a team sport. The SBDC stands ready to provide services to help, but we also coordinate efforts with other local, regional, and national organizations to make sure you are getting the best tools and services for your efforts to combat cyber attacks. Again, thank you for your time, and we hope to see you soon at a local SBDC office or on the America's SBDC website. We hope you have a great rest of the summit. Welcome to our session on cybersecurity for small manufacturers. Today, we're going to discuss several topics: cyber threats to small manufacturers, attack prevention, compliance and regulation, and tips to keep the costs down. Allow me to introduce our panel for today. I'm Earl Gregorich. I'm the area manager for the South Carolina Small Business Development Center, and co-chair of America's SBDC Cybersecurity Task Force. I'll be your moderator today. With us, we have Mike Snively, who's a Senior Account Executive at Net Services in Greenville, South Carolina. We have Troy Richardson, Senior Business Development Specialist and Cybersecurity Program Manager at the University of Texas, San Antonio. Nick Vineyard, U.S. Army retired, CEO of Cybernic Systems. And Jack Sterling, founder of CloudHound. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Errol.
So we're going to get started off with some questions about manufacturing. I'm going to try and stump a few of you maybe on some of these questions, but I already know that I'm not the smartest guy in the room, so we'll go ahead and get started. I'll start out, Troy, if you could take the first question. Manufacturers and cybersecurity, can you tell me your assessment? Are they prepared? Do they know the threats that they're facing out there?
Well, thank you again for allowing me to be here. So one of my roles as in the Small Business Development Center here in San Antonio is to advise clients throughout the entire network on cybersecurity and train them. And this also includes manufacturers, mom and pop shops, whoever it may be. So across the board with cybersecurity is like a bad word to everybody, because especially when dealing with small and medium-sized businesses, they just don't understand it. So they kind of push it to the back and say, it's more reactive than proactive. It's not important until something happens. And unfortunately, that is the case also in manufacturing. But the risk is so much more in manufacturing because there is so many things, endpoints connected to the internet. So those manufacturers are actually more vulnerable than a regular mom and pop shop on flowers, selling flowers or whatever it may be. So unfortunately, the risk is there. The awareness is quite not there. The resources aren't there to help them along on their path to getting cyber mature. So we still have some hurdles to get over, but at the same time, doing these kind of things and putting out specific training for the operational technology environment that manufacturers operate in, doing those types of trainings and stuff, that definitely helps.
I agree completely to that. And I think in one of some of the simple things that an organization can do as well is some of the things that we should also address during this presentation, and talking about simple things that the business owners can do themselves. And then when do they need to call in for incident response and handling, and how do they handle continuous monitoring are some of the key things I think are critical to business owners. And I'll hand that back over to you, sir.
All right. Anybody else have any comments on or experiences that they've had with manufacturers that can you tell me if they're prepared or understand the threats that they're facing?
Sure, Earl. I'll take a crack at that one. So in addition to running CloudHound, I'm also the leader of a networking group. So I get to see kind of a cross-section of people from all across the Greer side of Greenville County in the manufacturing space and what's going through their head. And 9 out of 10, 99 times out of 100 is not cybersecurity, right? They've got 99 problems. Cybersecurity is one of them. And it's the newest one. It's the one to understand the least. So, market risk, supply chain risk, natural disasters, theft, industrial accidents, all of those are risks in the spaces that we're working with. And so, it's a very abstract concept. Things can be humming along for months or quarters at a time. And you haven't thought about cybersecurity because it's not pertinent to you until it is very much pertinent and you're facing shutting down the operation. So it's been an uphill battle. Honestly, I've been doing this for 5 or 6 years since getting out of the Navy. And I thought it would be like, the easiest thing in the world, right? It was a clear and present danger. People needed it, made sense, but it's a cost center. It doesn't drive revenue. It doesn't make things, it's not part of something. So manufacturers have a hard time understanding why this is something they need to really put serious time and effort and energy into.
Yeah.
So Jack, on that note too, the biggest thing is changing the culture and helping shape that culture through training and education. That's what we're doing today, right? So as an incident response and coordinator, one of the things that I've realized with majority of our, as we've dealt with incident response in the environment, specifically in the local Lexington community, is that majority of the time users are unaware of threats that could have been simply avoided. And the example is updating technology, right? You could go and very, very quickly update your manufacturing equipment, your SCADA systems, your factory systems, your agriculture systems can be updated multiple ways. Keeping those updated and patched is one of the biggest things that we look at from an instant response. And secondly, changing the way that we look at cyber, as instead of making it an afterthought, making it a thought process as we go through it, right? A primary example, and this is a real simple one. I think we were talking earlier about this, was Bluetooth, right? If I'm going to be near my technology that can receive Bluetooth, turn off my phone Bluetooth. So my Bluetooth's not enabled. Turn off my internet Wi-Fi. Those are very, very, very simple things that you can do. It don't cost you any money. Simple fixes, and you may, remove a lot of risk. And to talk about the Bluetooth thing, which is 802.15, if anybody's curious, that's a personal area network, which allows us to connect to technology. It was established in 1998 as a way for us to get away from the wires, right? So in 1998, when Bluetooth originated, the concept was to be able to update technologies through the use of hand devices or something very simple. We could do and update our equipment quickly. That's a great tool, but it's also a great attack tool too. So the Iranian threat that just came out end of February, it's just using remote access Trojans, where they can pass configuration files to your manufacturing equipment, right? And then your manufacturing equipment gets infected. So tools like what you're talking about, that you can provide monitoring tools that you can install on the systems as part of your firmware package that monitors that technology, gives you quick reports. So those are some things. So just a few things that as I think were good talking points. So I'll stop there. I don't want to go too far in the weeds. All right.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. Hey, Mike, I think we're on this topic of mitigation and preventing some of these attacks. I know that you and I have talked about some crazy horror stories that you've come across. Tell us about one or two instances where you saw some things that worked, or maybe some things that didn't work.
Well, yeah, I'll talk about the thing that didn't work that you and I've shared, Earl, and thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I know I'm going to learn a lot from the rest of the panelists. Manufacturing firm in the upstate that did not have the incident response plan. For the simple version of that is they were probably more prepared in their third grade classroom for the fire drill. And I have these simple conversations with business leaders 5-6 times a week. They knew in third grade to turn right when they walked out of their classroom. 90% of the business leaders I talk to do not have a written and tested incident response plan. The gentlemen on the panel have run into this. They're talking about it, and I see it every day. I'm amazed that they're running multi-million-dollar organizations, and they're very smart people, yet it's not at the top of the priority list. This one manufacturer did not have a incident response plan. They manufactured tools, had 4 different backup scenarios, 2 of them in the cloud, 1 disaster recovery site elsewhere in the upstate, and the hackers got to all 4 of them, and it cost them somewhere about I think it was $8 million. They did not pay the ransom, which is something we never suggest they do. And the problem was they were running around like chickens with their heads cut off. They didn't know which way to turn when they walked out of the third grade classroom. They were running all over the building asking for help, and we provide those mitigation services in addition to us being a managed security service provider. We do a lot of other things, but we sent a SWAT team in. We had them ready to go back up and running and get their manufacturing line back up and producing in 2.5 days. And then their cybersecurity or their cyber insurance carrier and their lawyers all of a sudden darkened their door. And if they had done their incident response plan properly, they should have had those conversations prior to the event. And those 2 parties slowed down the process, wanted other things installed that did not need to be installed. slowed it down another 5 days, cost them another $6 million in productivity. The products that they insisted being that we install, the CIO didn't like. It was a disaster. And then the cyber insurance carrier canceled their insurance policy on them. So all the way across, it cost them clients, it cost them time, and it cost them a boatload of money. And it's frightening to see. And I've seen this. We've done this mitigation 12 times in the last 14 months in the upstate. None of these have been public, meaning that they ended up on the news because people want to keep them private. But in all 12 in the last 14 months, these companies did not have an incident response plan.
Yeah, incident response plan is obviously a big part of
It's critical.
having a complete cybersecurity program, right?
Yeah.
So,
And it doesn't cost them a lot of money to do. It costs them time, which everybody says they are breathlessly busy, but what it costs them on the back end is astronomically more expensive than the time it takes to put one of these together.
That's right. As we all know, incident response is not a cheap fee to do, and most of us that do incident response and handling knows how costly it is to go in there and fix that. And here's another interesting thing I think to mention: they're going to rely on the government to fix the problem, or the state investigation or forensics to come in there and help them solve that riddle. Lo and behold, you'll be surprised that a lot of your forensics folks that are coming in are only coming in to do an investigation. They're not coming in to fix the problem or to help with the issue. Like when we've seen with some of our incident response where the state and local authorities came in, they were writing down the tools we're using to do the job because they don't even know exactly what needs to happen. There's such an air gap in knowledge of cyber, even from local and federal law enforcement, FBI included in that process. Now, you have state FBI and federal FBI to support a lot of these incident response and handlings, but you'll see them come in and they're not as supportive as you think. So dealing with an incident after the fact is very, very dangerous. And by not having an incident response or a continuity of operations plan, I think, Jack, you were kind of alluding to earlier, or tools in place that are simple and not expensive, as you're saying, Mike, that can be done very easily and save you tons and tons of money and time by installing those technologies and listing some of the things right up here in today's meeting.
yeah, so that's a good example of some things that didn't work out too great. Troy, Jack, do you maybe have an example of something that you've seen that you've worked with manufacturers that did work with regards to helping prevent an attack?
Well, so I have a good news, bad news kind of situation. We had a manufacturer client here in South Texas. They suffered a cyber incident, unfortunately, and it shut them down for a couple of days. But luckily, where there's a lot of incidents, a lot of businesses don't know how to recover from them, or they don't know how to move forward from them. A lot of them will stick that Band-Aid on whatever the problem was, if they found the problem, and then move on, thinking, that solved all their problems. But this particular manufacturer, after talking with a lot of different companies, a lot of different trusted advisors, she determined, hey, you know what, we've already been down for 2 days, we're finally back up, but I don't want this to happen again. So let's just call this week a wash. We have plenty in the reserves. We'll contact our clients and let them know what's going on. So that way, if we're late on orders, they understand. And then they went through the entire system. They basically rebuilt their entire system. They didn't have anything like a system security plan in place or even an incident response plan. So they started from square one and used the rest of that week to build up to where they should have been. And ever since then, they obviously found a lot of holes. They found a lot of vulnerabilities. They fixed a lot of them. And they were able to move on and not suffer anymore because of that one Band-Aid approach type of fix.
Right.
Yeah, and I've got one as well. So manufacturing client here in the upstate had been suffering phishing attacks for, I think, 3 in the span of 18 months. 2 were the same person clicking on the bad link. caused untold pain and chaos and suffering and financial loss. And they hired me to come in and teach a course. And so I teach a course called Social Engineering Self-Defense 101. It's just a quick down and dirty hour for everyone, really anyone with access to computer systems, right? So line workers and blue collar workers are typically not accessing systems that could be impacted by social engineering. Still worth them knowing, but they hired me just to teach their office staff. And we connected, I think, in the room. They had a lot of questions. Some of them, you could tell they came in with kind of a arms crossed, this is an IT problem, what are we doing here mentality. And by the end of the hour, we were, laughing about it. And they had shared stories about, not necessarily in their work line, but even, everyone's got their, I can point to one in my inbox right now that's a clear phishing email. And everyone's probably clicked on one of those before. So we all have our stories. And so there's a lot of shame, both on not knowing what's going on, right? It's a big threat, but they don't understand it. Also the shame of clicking and being the one who caused the problem in the first place. And so it's supposed to be demystifying and kind of de-shaming the whole concept of social engineering, not blaming the victims, but saying, here's how you can empower yourself. And it starts with seeing yourself as part of the solution, right? A lot of people turn a blind eye to this because they're not in IT, right? They're in HR, they're in sales, they're in marketing, they're in, C-level. They don't think about this stuff. And it's why they're vulnerable. So that company, that manufacturer here in the upstate has not had an incident since. That was about 2 years ago. And that's a point of pride for me. So, but yeah, I think in total, and this is not just a manufacturing problem, but in general, we look at, society looks at cybersecurity and the threat that is that it's a technical thing. It's an IT thing. And most people aren't that smart on that stuff. It's new and moves fast and changes often. But the reality is it's a human threat, right? The ransomware thing is very much driven by social engineering. I mean, not manufacturing, but the MGM hotel and resorts, casinos, ransomware that's still ongoing. They said, we found them on LinkedIn. We said they look like a good target. They called the call center, asked for that person, and got what they wanted, asking nicely.
Well, and I like what you said too about really cybersecurity is a human threat. That the intention behind everything we do behind cybersecurity, and especially as we get into artificial intelligence, is protecting the human, right? We're protecting our business, but we're also going to protect the human. Especially in agriculture and manufacturing. I mean, think about this. I mean, and I don't want to talk about some of the dark energy and things that are happening, and I don't want to go there, SCADA systems, but the ability to control technology via remote, it can really drastically affect the human factor of everything we do, not only in the dollars and cents, but posing risk to the human. And then, most importantly, secondly, this is your business and your business assets. And an example of, if I could fry, let's say, for example, I was a competitor and I wanted to fry your piece of equipment in the manufacturing firm, you've got no monitoring tools, no logging happening on your machine that, let's say, puts the bottles on the, or puts the caps on the bottles of the milk jugs as they're coming through, right? And I wanted to fry that piece of equipment. I can send a quick piece of code to that piece of equipment that's not being monitored, fry that piece of technology, and you're out $2 million piece of equipment. And that's how simple this is, that it takes all in simple fixes by just, if you had updated your firmware, if you updated your software on your device, you could have stopped that from happening. But it is, like you said, Jack, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I apologize if I did. It's affecting the human and then affecting your business. But everything in cyber is protecting the human. And I like that you said that with social engineering.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. We all know that we, the human, are the weakest link in this fight. That's definite. That's been proven time and time again, right? And unfortunately, we're the ones also making the decisions on how important this is or how unimportant this is. We're also either selecting those things that work or avoiding those things that don't. And because of that, we have these things called regulations and rules and laws and things of that nature. And I know those of us who that travel these circles a lot, we talk to folks, we talk to small manufacturers, and we say, hey, look, these are things that you need to do. These are things you need to consider. And it's, okay, I'll get to that. But when the regulation comes down and says, thou shalt do this, or thou shalt not get the next contract, then they listen. So let's talk a little bit. I know Nick kind of started in on a couple of the regulatory items. Why don't we, without getting too deep into the numbers and the actual laws themselves, let's just talk at a high level. what are some of the regulations that are on the horizon, some of the compliance related things that are in front of small manufacturers right now? So Nick, since you kind of started down that path, why don't you give us a couple to talk about here, and then we'll get the rest of the group involved. What are those?
Absolutely. So I think we're talking about Federal Regulation 32, which is the NISPOM, which is industrial manufacturing requirements that the manufacturer is required to follow. This applies to small businesses of 10 or less, up to in a company with millions of people, right? So one of the things the government has really been pushing, and it's coming out in big time end of last year, is supply chain acquisition. And how does that affect the manufacturer? So let me give you a little story. Way back in the early 2000s, and I think it's a good time to talk about it, is the drones. How many folks in this room remember the drones, the Chinese drones? Or Chinese, all right. So back in the day when I was Army and we were in special force, we couldn't talk about that stuff, but now it's public knowledge. So back in the day, we were using drones to do surveillance. And what was happening was that the manufacturing parts that were purchased by the manufacturer were infected with or had been built specifically, the chips had been built to infiltrate our technology. So no matter how secure we had done our technology, the manufacturing supply chain had been interrupted, or they've been buying parts from overseas that were not official, and they were using those parts to make those to sell cheaper to the government, right, to make a better product. So that is an example of the manufacturing process and why we have some of the regulatory requirements and the DSS requirements, NISPOM requirements, and a couple of others. And Troy, I can tell you're over the itching to give some feedback, so I'm gonna let you. So, but as we get into this, NISPOM, the DSS requirements, and some of the stuff under 32 CFR, these were big things that the manufacturing organizations and agriculture both need to know about. So I'll stop there. That's a lot.
Yeah, Troy, why don't you explain a little bit? And I know you guys focus on some training programs that bring manufacturers up to speed, and some of that's revolves around the CMMC and the like. Can you explain what that is and how that impacts some of our manufacturers?
Yeah, so unfortunately, there is not one requirement for everybody, right? So, and with manufacturing and the operational technology environment being such a unique environment compared to other business environments, there's a lot of risk associated with that. And obviously, whether you're a manufacturer or not, one of the key elements of the government that want to protect their information is the Department of Defense. So if you're a Department of Defense contractor, they want you to protect their information because that's part of national security, their CUI. And so that does fall down to manufacturers. If you are in the supply chain anywhere within the Department of Defense, right now you fall under the DFARS, and in the future, quote unquote, you'll be under CMMC, which they're supposed to roll out in the spring, but they've been kicking that can down the road for several years now. So we'll see what happens with that.
They're saying mandatory 2025. Yep.
So there's a lot of different requirements depending on what type of business you do or who you do business with. But a lot of times there isn't an industry focused requirement, and that's where we need to get to. And dealing with small manufacturers, even if they don't fall under one, there's basic cybersecurity hygiene that they need to undertake. And it's not just for manufacturers, it can be for anybody that would protect them. They just don't understand it. And unfortunately, with the small business, it's the CEO, and he's also the IT person, he's also the HR person, he's also the finance person. So they just don't get that. So if we get them to understand and practice basic cybersecurity hygiene, we as a whole would be so much better off.
And an example of that too, Troy, is simple things like changing your password every 9 days, right? And not reusing passwords for sites, especially sites where you have admin access. One of the things we're seeing and not to bring up Office 365 is a big one. Look at the breach that's happened with Microsoft, right? So simple things, as in if you're using Office or 365 to log in, and everybody uses Office, right? Everybody's using Microsoft products. Your password, control that password, control of your environment when you log in to make changes in your admin portal. An attacker can get in that portal, and boom, your whole office stuff's being tracked, and you're getting your emails forwarded. You're spamming all your customers. They're getting sent phishing emails, and Jack, you know what I'm talking about, right? Right on the point, right? And now they're spamming all your customers, and your customer going, what's going on? Now they're blocking you. It can become huge. And like you said, cyber maturity model compliance, the CMMC, right, is applying very, very, very simple cyber hygiene that identifies you that you're doing the right thing. And you could go through that checklist very, very quickly as you're by yourself, and then to figure out where your gaps are. And folks like myself and Troy and the team here, all of us in this room, understand how important it is to do a very, very quick analysis and address those. And that's a very good starting point. Then you can find out where you want to spend your dollar at, right?
Yep. So for those of you playing along at home, we're talking about a little bit, what you're hearing there is CMMC, that's Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, is what that stands for. And that's probably the one that's received most of the press time here of late. But it's primarily directed towards those who are in the DoD circles. But I will say this, most of the basic things that you need to do as a small business with regards to basic cyber hygiene fall within that first level of CMMC. So if you are, even if you don't think that you're impacted by this particular regulation, it's actually a really good guide for getting those foundational things out of the way. And as Nick said, finding out where those gaps are so that you can hire some of the experts like we have on our panel today. So let's talk a little bit about the advancement in manufacturing. We were talking just before the session today that there's a manufacturing show coming up here in Greenville very soon, put on by the Society of Manufacturing Engineers. And they are always putting out the latest and greatest technology, those things that are going to make things bigger, faster, cheaper. Industry 4.0. I mean, that's been something we've been talking about for a while, and it just basically, it means everything just got smarter, right? But that just also means things got more vulnerable. Let's see, let's go back to Troy on this one. When it comes to the automation that's on the floor, the newer technologies, what kind of threats are we seeing that are associated specifically to some of this Industry 4.0 thing, stuff that we're seeing out there?
Yeah, it's a huge issue. And, to kind of put this in simpler terms is, think about your household 10 to 15 years ago. How many devices did you have connected to the internet? Usually in most American households, it was one computer connected. And now look, I mean, today, Earl, you probably have your smart TV, your smart refrigerator, your smart microwave, your smart everything, thermostats, cameras, everything else all connected, right? And that's just in a home. Imagine what a manufacturer is like with all those endpoints that are controlling these machines or controlling the output or the inventory and all this other things. You have so many endpoints in a manufacturing business that are all connected and can be controlled remotely. It's a big vulnerability. And the biggest issue, especially with small businesses, is they don't have the awareness of exactly what is connected to their internet. So if we're lucky with a small business client, they have an IT person. And usually that IT person will then kind of take over and be responsible for the cybersecurity on the manufacturing floor, the OT part of it. Ideally, you would have somebody separate IT and OT, but in the small business, if we can get an IT person that is doing the OT instead of the business owner or the business owner's son-in-law who happens to deal with IT or whatever it may be, that's a win for us. But they are just not aware of all the connected devices within their environment. And also that, within typical cybersecurity, you have the three-legged stool that, we're all committed to defend: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Well, in manufacturing, we add a fourth leg to that stool, and that is the safety. If there's a cyber attack in a manufacturer, an operator could get hurt, or, just think of a manufacturer that stores volatile chemicals, and those valves and stuff can be controlled remotely. Well, what if somebody actually attacked that and said, oh, hey, let's open up this valve and see what it does, and it releases this, toxic cloud over your small town. So it's more than just the traditional CIA triad now. We're talking about safety, and these small businesses have to have the resources to understand what the threats and vulnerabilities are and how to protect them.
Troy, you mentioned that OSHA requirements is another thing we didn't mention in regulatory requirements. OSHA has requirements as well under safety, and I think you're a very good point. I didn't even think about the OSHA requirements. We have OSHA, and then I think something you said too, Earl, was important, was what are the newest stuff coming out? So we're talking about Internet of Things, and Troy, I'm going to shift focus if that's okay with you. Not to take away anything you're saying, because you're right. Everything that we deal with now. So as we're moving into new technologies, one of the things they're doing is they're installing analytical tools into your Internet of Thing devices and technologies. So manufacturing technology that's coming out that's receiving these new patches and updates are now getting MEM capabilities, which is electrical mechanical systems that have smart technology built into them, which means that you can have a device, a next-gen technology, such as a firewall or a network analyzer, and there's a wide variety of those out there in the market, that will capture that data and provide you real-time data of what's happening to your technology in the market. And that's including yield and utilization, events, let's say abnormalities or things that are abnormal, and then monitoring that through event management tools that you can easily install on your on your desktop, and you can see those things happening in real time. So those are simple, real time, in the know that you and as you're saying, Troy, it's very easy to do some of these things, but just not if you don't know it, you don't do it, right? And you don't want to know it, you're not going to do it. It's a cultural change. I'll stop there.
One of the things I'm hearing you say then is, in some instances, some of the things that you might do that could be related to or maybe even driven by cybersecurity upgrades is they actually could be realizing some operational benefit from incorporating some of these items. So
yeah, exactly. And that's really talking about yield management, right? Especially when you're talking manufacturing and agriculture, right? And it's simple deterrence, an example of increasing lighting around, like if say you're doing chickens, for example, right? And you increase your fence and your lighting. That's a cybersecurity initiative. That's physical security that you're applying. This is talking about NIST requirements, NIST SP 800-53. In this case, we're talking about NIST SP 800-10, which is related to manufacturing and agriculture. But when we talk about issues related to simple fixes, that's an example. Better lighting, remote devices. If you're using, let's say you're using a drone to scan over your farming equipment, over the top of it, right? Has your drone been updated? What about smart water filter systems that you can watch the return on sprinkler systems? By updating that software, you have the tools that can see that, can give you real event management. So there's so many things you could do on a small scale that make a huge impact. And so like we're going back to CMMC, going through that checklist to see where your gaps are. That's another thing. Troy, did I hit anything? Did I miss anything? Jack, Mike. Okay, sorry guys.
Nick, I think it was well said, and I think one of the points that a lot of what we see in the advancement in manufacturing technology is increased convenience and remote access for the maintainers, right? So if there's a machine that's down, instead of having to shut the whole line down, I can remote access that machine, troubleshoot, push an update, fix it, patch it, and then get it back up and running. Well, that's convenient for the maintainers. It's also convenient for the attackers to get in there and take control and break things and do all the bad stuff they want to do. Hold the
target 2015.
The target, right? So it's it's like anything with advancements in technology. It's a double-edged sword. We can use it to increase profit margins, increase output, but it's also giving an increased attack surface for the attackers to find a way in. So
web page, right? Make it duplicate the web page. Yep.
So, Earl, the one thing I would add to this, and we were down at a Right of Boom conference down in Texas, and in spite of all the AI, chat GBT, the automation that's going into manufacturing, the one thing that's constant, and they did a survey of about 30,000 businesses nationwide, the one thing that still remains constant, 90% of the hacks that happen still are human generated. So we're going to automate a bunch in the small business space in the manufacturing world, and it's going to get better, more efficient. And they had a speaker talk about this where actually humans become a little lazy is a bad word, but it's the only one that comes to mind.
Lackadaisical.
Because the machines are taking over, right? It's doing all this stuff for us, and all of a sudden they're not paying attention to what's coming in front of them, and they are still the weak spot in the entire environment, and they aren't paying attention to the training that all of us here on the panel can provide, or the phishing emails that pop up every week that somebody in the corporation paid for. So I would caution everybody that's listening to this after we've recorded it, that the human part of this is still, and it right a boom, it was 94% of the malware and the ransomware attacks in the US were caused by human intervention, not somebody going into a machine and getting in that way. So they were saying it's not going to change much.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mike. Good. Absolutely.
Yeah, I can certainly relate to the fact that we as humans have become detached because, just think about simple math. How many of us still have to reach for a calculator now to do simple math because the machines have taken that skill away from us, right? So I understand that. And of course, going back to what Troy said, many of us don't know what we don't know. It just, I can remember the home router, I got it, and I was reconfiguring that to make it safe. And I pulled up the screen and looked at the list of devices connected to my home router. I was amazed. I had no idea. I mean, I was maxing out this brand new router already. So yeah, it's a situation where we get too many steps between us and the technology, and if it's working, don't touch it, right? So I can certainly relate to that. So let's talk a little bit about, all of us are working in the circles of trying to keep manufacturers safe and providing services, and we probably come up with we come to some of our clients, and they may have some in-house resources, but chances are most of our smaller manufacturers don't have in-house resources. What would you say are some things that you would highly recommend, even if they have in-house IT departments? What would you say would be some things that they should really consider outsourcing to cover those things that they really can't keep up with inside? Mike's laughing, so I'm going to let him take this first. Then we'll move to Jack. Jack, you can come in after Mike there.
So you said when we got on that we should remember that we're not talking to technology people. And I had a conversation last week with a gentleman who ran a manufacturing firm, and I said, we specialize in putting moats around your castle. And the moats are not that expensive, and it answers your question directly. Two-factor authentication at a bare minimum, endpoint protection, which protects all the devices, everything that's got a green light on it. Employee training, which addresses the 90% of the weak spot in your organization. And the fourth moat would be cyber insurance. All of those are not budget busters. And then I told him if and when they pole vault over those four moats into your castle, you need to have an incident response plan, and that takes some time and effort on your part. So those 5 points are the things that I talk to people about, and it's not expensive. It does not bust somebody's budget. It will make it difficult for people. And as I told one other person, I said, it's like closing your garage door at night and the burglar walks to the guy next door because his garage door is open.
Yeah, definitely. Jack, what do you think? What are some things that small manufacturers should definitely look to outsource?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely concur with what Mike said. I think those are all great points and great starting points. One additional one would be Security Operations Center. So almost no small manufacturers that I know have the budget for their own in-house SOC, right? SOCs are expensive to set up. There's a lot of technology and human capital that goes into that. So it's a non-starter for small manufacturers or small business of any kind, for really, for that matter. But outsourcing your SOC, having that overwatch, that certainty that someone's watching 24/7 in case someone breaks in. I use the term dwell time. Average dwell time something like 200 days and counting now, so they can get into your environment, spend almost a year there before you know. That's like someone living in your attic for almost a year and you don't know it. You don't know what they're doing. They're planning. They're listening. There's pattern of life's being built. That's not good, and that's why you find out about most cyber attacks. You find out about it with a ransom notice, right? Not because your SOC alerted you minutes after they broke in. So SOC is a huge one. If our audience doesn't know SOC, they should become familiar with that. And to expound a little bit on the training piece, that's one of the ones that I feel most passionate about, because I came from an environment in the Navy where, we had two types of training. We had the big Navy training, which is you click a little, slideshow and you say that you did the thing, you get a certificate, and the corporate checks the box, and hey, you're trained, right? You're de-risked. You're not going to drink and drive that weekend. You're not going to click on the phishing emails, right? It doesn't change your behavior whatsoever. You've just checked the box for the next 6 months. Then you go across the street and you actually do meaningful training where you brief on what we're going to do, and you go out in the field and you do it, and you come back and you debrief, and everyone learns their lesson. You go and do it again, and you build that cycle until people actually become better at what they're doing. And so there's a lot of corporate training out there. There's a lot of check the box. There's a lot of go sit in the PowerPoint presentation and say that you were there and sign the check-in sheet. And that's better than nothing. Definitely don't do that. But I would say encourage, third-party training is so important, because if it's in-house, if you got a person who's like, hey, Frank's going to launch another test this month, and okay, and everyone kind of knows, and Frank's friends already get from the test, and you don't really give yourself a true report card if you're doing a self-assessment, right? That's what CMMC is all about. That's what a lot of these initiatives are about, is taking the self-assessment and self-reporting element out of it and making it all third party. And so to get true change in terms of culture and results, you've got to have a third party doing your testing, but not just the testing, but the training, the assessment, working with leadership on incident response, right? Have you talked about this before? So, we all watched Colonial Pipeline a few years ago testify before Congress. They'd never had that conversation before. They had no plan. So if they're not doing it, we can't, it's normal, I think, that most of our small manufacturers in the state aren't talking about this. So, awareness is key. And then lastly, again, to echo Mike, incident response, planning, failing to plan is planning to fail, right? If you don't have an incident response plan, you're just waiting for something to go boom, and you got to try and figure out how to put it back together. And that's a bad place to be. So hiring a firm to help you develop an incident response plan, putting an incident response plan in place and testing it, even having a retainer. So they know your environment. You've got a number to call, right? Ghostbusters when the ghosts show up. That's a great call to have. And then most of the firms we work with, if you have an incident response retainer and you don't use it for a year, they just push that cost on to the next year, right? So you're not eating that policy. It's something you can roll forward into other technology cost if you need. So I think those are all good starting points for our audience here today.
Yeah, you guys did a really good job of actually covering one of the other questions that we had in there, was some of the things that we could do at a lower cost to try and keep the cost down, but still get good protection. So good answers on that. So getting down to our last few minutes available here, we're going to go round robin on this. We'll start with Troy, and just each of you, if you could, in a concise manner, just tell us, what are the top 2 things you would tell a manufacturer to do if their budgets were limited, they didn't have a lot of in-house resources. What are 2 things that you would recommend that they do to get started and help to mitigate the risk that they have here in this cybersecurity environment? So Troy, go ahead.
So the first thing I would do is tell them to take that first step. I mean, that's an important one, especially for small businesses. Cybersecurity is a scary world. They think it's all, these racks and routers and firewalls and everything else, but cybersecurity is so much more, and you can do so much more, protecting your environment, protecting your data, protecting your business, your employees, et cetera, by just taking that first step and baby steps. Cybersecurity, it is not a sprint. Unfortunately, it's a marathon that never ends because there are new vulnerabilities, new risks, new threats every day. So you have to view it as that, but you have to start somewhere. So cross that line and start with your cybersecurity documentation, finding out what your environment is, what are your policies, putting those in place. And number two, setting the culture, right? We talked about it earlier. Jack talked about the culture, and that's important from the top down. If you're not drinking that Kool-Aid, your employees aren't drinking that Kool-Aid. So it can't just be something you check off. It has to be something you live by. They have to understand that, hey, as employees of this small manufacturer, if we have a ransomware attack and, unfortunately it's going to cost us, $6 million to recover from it. Well, I don't have $6 million, so you're going to be out of a job. So it's important to make sure that all employees from the top down drink the cybersecurity Kool-Aid and push it off. And finally, the last thing I'll say is, no matter what you do, you can do employee training, you can do policies, you can put that new firewall in, you can do all these other things. You're still going to have risk. There is no perfect protected network. I could tell you come from the Air Force doing red team. There is no perfect protected network, but that's not the idea. The idea is to make sure that when a malicious attacker comes upon your network, they find out that you are doing things correctly, and it's going to take too much of their time to try to get into your network and move on to the next.
Mike, how about you? Top two things.
So, first thing, a little bit to tag on to Troy's comment, is owners have to understand this is not one and done. A lot of them that I talk to, they think my nephew just bought a new firewall at Best Buy, so I'm done. This is a dynamic environment, and a lot of owners do not understand that. My leadership in Charlotte meet every Monday to find out what the bad guys have done differently since the Monday before. And it involves process, people, and tools. And tools are only 20% of the formula when it comes to what we do for clients. So don't think that you're going to buy a tool, set it and forget it kind of mindset. It's never going to be that way. These bad guys are doing stuff. They're changing their tactics all the time. So Troy was dead on when he was talking. But as far as getting started, like getting across that line and starting to set that mindset, if you want to get some things that start to put some protection in place, two-factor authentication on everything you've got, on top of the passwords that you've got, will help deter people. It's incredibly inexpensive. And the second thing is something immutable storage for backups. It's a great way to protect your backups offsite, and they can't get to it. They can't change it. It's uneditable, and it's incredibly inexpensive. And we've put it in place for a lot of folks that have been hacked, and the bad guys got to their backups in the cloud, and this is something they can't mess with.
All right, so we've got take the first step. We got culture. We got backups. Jack, what do you want to add to the list? Two of your top recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll skip the low hanging fruit. Everyone's already mentioned, right? The MFAs and don't reuse passwords and all that stuff. That's basic hygiene. One that I think goes overlooked often is an asset inventory, physical and digital. So a lot of times you see, I just worked with a startup manufacturer. They have 8 employees. They're all engineers. It's completely kludged together. It's a old server someone pulled out of for storage and put in a closet, and that's running their whole company now. And they've got Fortune 1000 customers, so they know they need to make some maturity steps. But so asset inventory, what are people bringing to the table? People are bringing their own IT, their own devices into that environment. You got to get control of that and know what's actually in what you're defending essentially. The second one would be sit down with any of the stakeholders in your company, whether it's the IT leader, the owner. If it's a small manufacturer, it's probably going to be everybody, and just, unless they're a line worker, really, even them, bring them into the conversation and say, we're going to do a little bit of ideation about what could happen to us, right? Most people don't think like the bad guys ever. They think about, I work in manufacturing, I make things, I sell things, we're marketing. They're never sitting down and thinking, if I was malicious and evil and had, malintent, what could I do, right? What in our shop could be hazardous? What would hurt us if they took it offline and held it for ransom, right? I often talk to people and say, we would know what to do if people were kicking in your door with an AK-47 and a suicide vest on and holding the place for ransom. We have a known response mechanism for that, physically, viscerally, societally, law enforcement, all that stuff. But we don't know what to do with this. So sit down and think about that scenario for your particular company and say, what does that look like for us, right? What would be the worst case possible scenario we can imagine? Ransom, full, shutting the doors, like what does that look like? And then that's going to give you an idea of where your priorities lie in terms of defending your enterprise. So I think that's a little bit different. It's not really a technology solution. None of us sell that, right? But it is something that everyone can do today for free. Just take, an hour of your team's time and say, let's think through this, right? This is a problem. It's not none of us know what we're doing, but let's just do a little brainstorming session about what this could look like. So we're at least aware of the threats that we're facing.
Good answers. Nick, how about your two to add to the list?
I'm going to be real easy. I'm going to hit a low-hanging fruit. Don't use an admin password or admin account when using your computers. Use user accounts, not admin accounts, and make sure that your employees are also using user accounts and not admin accounts. That's a big no-go. I don't think we even mentioned it, right? And I to everybody else, to caveat everybody else, user and training, the user is the biggest issue, right? Using the most valid and applicable cybersecurity training that meets your organization and your cybersecurity requirements. That training should align to your organization's training and using the resources that are free resources, and the resources that are available to the Small Business Association a lot of those are free and available to use. It will help your organization grow and protect some of your cybersecurity your assets as a whole. That's all I have.
Thanks, Nick. Well, that's a great segue there. I just wanted to make mention also that, there are several free and very useful resources available through the SBA and the SBDC networks. So don't forget to check those out for low-cost solutions to what may be needed. So with that, we're going to go ahead and close out our session for today. And I wanted to thank each of you for joining us today. Troy, Mike, Jack, and Nick. Great discussion. You guys have done a great job. I think anybody watching today has gotten quite a bit out of the discussion, and we're looking forward to getting some comments back from the crowd. If for anyone who is looking for additional information, certainly look up any of the panelists that are on here. Jack with CloudHound, we want to give a shout out to him as well for joining us and helping out. And also the americassbdc.org website is where you can go to get more information on some of the no-cost resources available to you through America's SBDC and the North Star program that you see listed there. So with that, we'll call it an end to our program, and thank you all very much for joining us.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Small Business Data Protection for Ag and Rural-Based Businesses. Today, we're going to talk about really how you can protect your business when cybersecurity really isn't something you're thinking about. It's really for those smaller-based businesses where they don't really think they use technology, but we can guarantee you do in some essence. So with that, we have a whole panel with us today to talk about just how to think about cybersecurity and data protection in that ag and rural business mindset. So with that, I'm Jake Blackston. I am the Digital Solutions Manager here at the Delaware SBDC. I'm also co-chair of our North Star Cybersecurity ASBDC program. And now I'm going to trade it over to Scott to introduce himself.
All right, thank you, Jake. I am Scott Tabor from the Michigan Small Business Development Center. My title is System Administrator and Cybersecurity Specialist. So some of the things that I really focus on when it comes to cybersecurity is education, training, raising awareness to our small business clients throughout the state of Michigan. And I will turn it over to Sergio.
Thank you, Scott. Hello, everybody. My name is Sergio Alvarez. I'm a business advisor here at the Vermont Small Business Development Center. I run the cybersecurity program here for the state, and our focus is primarily very small businesses and rural and agricultural businesses. And I'll turn over to Jim.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jim Johnson, and I'm with the South Carolina Small Business Development Center. I'm a business consultant and specialist. My specialty area is not in cybersecurity. It's in agribusiness and food systems, which leads me into rural areas, as you can imagine, and agricultural enterprises. I've been doing that about, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now, working specifically with farms and growers and in the rural communities. So look forward to talking a little bit more about the cybersecurity.
Awesome. So as you can see, everyone, we have a very diverse panel. We have some cybersecurity experts, but some not so much, and more that just are now down in the nitty gritty with you guys in your ag and small business, rural small businesses. So to kick it off today, we want to talk about technology and cybersecurity challenges. So this is to everyone on the panel. What are some cybersecurity and technology challenges facing ag businesses and rural-based businesses today? It's like farmers in small towns see hacking, but from a real insulated perspective. So can you explain how ag and rural small businesses are vulnerable to cyber threats?
I can take that one. So I think there are maybe 3 points that we can cover here. In terms of this perception of the rural businesses to be somewhat protected or safer in the cyberspace. I think the first one is that to a great extent, rural America was offline for a long time, right? Access to broadband internet was not a thing, and also cell phone connection. But this is changing, right? There's lots of infrastructure investments bringing broadband internet and cell connectivity to rural areas. So this offline safety is slowly disappearing. So I think that is one important point that gives this perception that, yeah, we're in a rural area, we're safe. Another point is that really there is a skewed perception of safety. If you live in a safe environment, you think the world around you is safe. But the moment you're connected to the internet, you're connected to a world that is much less safe, right? For example, I live in Vermont. It's very safe here. People don't lock their doors. They don't even have the keys for their front doors. So in this safe environment, people fail to recognize that once they are connected to the internet, they're interacting with a much less safe world. So, and that's when people get in trouble. And I think a third point is that if you are in a rural area, you might think, why me? Why anybody would bother hacking my farm here? I'm here just minding my own business. So also people fail to understand the importance that agricultural and rural businesses they have in aggregate. Just to give you some piece of statistics here, about 90% of US farms are small family farms. Those are farms that have annual revenue of less than 350,000. They're the bulk of US farms, about 90%. They operate half of the US farmland, and they're responsible for about 20% of the total food value production in the country. So in aggregate, they're very important. So if you think one small family farm hacked, that is unfortunate. 1,000 small family farms hacked, that is a national security problem. We're talking about food security. We're talking about the livelihood of the farmers, their family, and the entire supply chain that depends on their production. So I think those 3 points, the fact that rural areas were offline for a long time. People think that they live in a safe environment, the rest of the world is safe, and they don't see the importance in aggregate of all these businesses. That gives them this impression. Yeah, we're in the rural area, nothing happens to us here.
I can add to that a few things. From my experience, you've got if you segment farms into large farms and into small size farms, your larger farms have more investments in probably security and protections. I think the more vulnerable segment is going to be your medium to small size farms, like Sergio pointed it out. They're not really expecting it. It's like, why me? And what do I have that people won't necessarily? So in rural and kind of farm areas, there's a sophistication level that's slightly different, maybe than more urban areas. So that's another challenge that you can see, especially like maybe in rural small business. There's just we always say the challenge in rural areas is access. That's like the key word is access. Access to education, access to healthcare, access to internet and broadband, quality high-speed internet, right? So access is one of those key things. And, that access is kind of disadvantaged a lot of businesses, farms and rural businesses, whether it's sophistication or whatnot. Another thing I think I would highlight is, and you mentioned that more internet or high quality internet is coming to rural areas, especially since there's more federal funds being invested there. But historically it's kind of spotty with the internet service, and the internet service that is provided is not provided by your big companies. So you have cooperatives that are providing that service, or even small private firms that are providing that service, and maybe they don't have the the features and the services that bigger companies can offer, more urban clients. So it's kind of like minimal types of services and features that they're offering that might not help protect some of these small farms. But yeah, it's a couple things that come to mind for me.
Yep, absolutely. And I'd like to add, you both talk about connections and really internet becoming more available and more access. It's that learning curve for me that is definitely, I think, a challenge that small and rural areas are really starting to just, I won't say struggle with, but it's definitely a challenge because it's an area where they're kind of behind a little bit in understanding the dangers, the threats. You may have hooked up a security camera to be able to watch your animals at night and during the day on the farm. I have to realize that's now a point of contact that a cyber criminal can use to potentially access the rest of your network. What else is on the rest of your network that you connect to because of that? Are you doing your online banking on that same network? Are you connecting to any other financial records that you have? Are you connecting to your animals? A good example is I know dairy farmers. They'll have technologies that allow them to essentially process and identify if the milk's tainted or not when the cow gets supplies their milk. That all happens in real time, and that's all connected through the cloud. Is that going to be something that can be protected that you may not have thought about when initially connecting those? For example, your security cameras that may not be properly configured or having settings in place. So it's really the learning curves, I think, of those Internet of Things devices, those nice, easy plugins that we all like to have that are really becoming available everywhere, that are really, the gateways to a lot of the issues that cyber criminals will be taking advantage of to get access to our networks, to get access to everything else that connects to our home internet when we do get those better access points. So I think that's something to keep in mind, is it's learning those small things that a lot of our larger businesses definitely take for granted, and I would say our urban businesses definitely do, because I think we see it more often in the larger cities, those technologies, and everyone talking about it. And so I think in the rural areas, it's just raising that level of education and awareness level that it's sometimes it's a new challenge that we have to be able to take on for them.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Actually, Jim brought up a good point. I didn't even think about, in rural areas, yes, access to internet is somewhat difficult. And the internet that you do get access to is not by these sophisticated service providers that have all of these fancy bells and whistles of cybersecurity protection and unique passwords and all of that lovely stuff. So it is, I didn't even think about that. You have to now monitor not only yourself, but your vendors and your suppliers to make sure that they're upholding their end of the bargain. With that being said, you guys are small business consultants and you're out there with small businesses every day. Can you guys share some real world examples of what some technology challenges that you have helped small businesses overcome, or that you've had to work with a small business to figure out how to protect their data, or at least have the conversation?
I have a story that I always tell because I think it's a very good illustration of the problem, and that touches to all the points that Jim and Scott brought up. There's a farm, it's basically 5 minutes away from my house, and they have a farm stand where they sell their produce. First time I went there was nobody. Farm stand was open, and there was a big sign on the wall saying, go to this fridge to pick up this produce, that fridge to pick up all that produce. At the end, self-checkout, and a big arrow pointing to a POS system that was on, logged in, unattended. And I thought, interesting. I looked around, no security cameras. And I thought, okay, anyone can tamper with that POS system. And that's a direct channel to their bank account, right? So I found very interesting because farming is a tough business. And the farmers, they do understand the value of technology, adopting technology, right? The economic meaning of technology is that you can do more with the same resources. Why not? So in this case, the farmer is out there working the farm, so he doesn't need to have a person sitting on that farm stand all the time. He can have his self-checkout and people just self-service. Great. And they understand the benefit, but often they fail to understand the risks, right? And that's what Scott mentioned. There is still that learning curve. And to me, and point also touching back to the access question that Jim mentioned, it's really the fact that most of the farmers, they rely on the service providers. They are either supplying them with the technology or installing the technology to actually educate them on the risks associated with that technology. And my question is really, how much of that education, that awareness comes with the technology, right? Once they are provided to the farmers. So yeah, so it's one example that I find that illustrates very well the issue that we have in the rural areas when it comes to technology adoption. It's great, everybody see the benefits, but most people fail to see the risks. And if nobody's there to bring that awareness, well, people don't know what they don't know, right? So that is really the sticky point.
Yep, absolutely. And to kind of touch on that point too, of getting the technology from the internet service providers, some of the conversations I know I've had with clients in my rural areas is, updating your devices that they give you, especially like the routers or the modems that they give you. I know in a lot of cases, modems, the internet provider will do updates on those automatically, but the routers themselves that you may purchase on that separately that you want to have, so that way you can have wireless. You have to make sure you're updating things like those, and those aren't always, that going back to that learning curve of, I never knew I had to update a router before. Doesn't it just do it? Well, back, a few years ago, no, they wouldn't just update themselves, and now, newer routers will look for updates. But even still, you want to, constantly make sure that you're checking for things like that. So I know those are some of the conversations I've had in the past with some of my rural clients is really updating the devices that your provider gives to you or suggests that you get for yourself. So we know that updates are some of the best things that you can do to protect yourself. They can eliminate around 90% potential issues or risk when it comes to malware. So it's one of the best things you can do. So and I think another example of some of the challenges that I've had with rural clients and discussions with them really comes down to, also, we talk about it's a safer area, do they lock their doors at night? Do they lock their car doors? Why do I need strong passwords? I have one password for everything, for every account that I have, right? So password management's a big one. Or we want to say user authentication, right? If we want to use a bigger cyber term, right? So password management, user authentication, I talk to clients about having different passwords for every account that you have. Don't reuse the password for any of those accounts. Don't have that password. Don't have a root password that you then put an exclamation point on for one, and then a pound sign at the end of the other one, just to make it super simple and easy to remember your passwords. You want to have them be complex passwords that are long, and that are always different from each other. And even going back to Sergio's great example of that POS system at that stand, maybe instead of having it being no password on there, but maybe they have a shared password that they write down on a Post-it note, right? We don't want to do that either. Okay, we have it secured. We have a password on our POS system now, Sergio. But oh yeah, it's on a Post-it note that every customer who drives on up like you, Sergio, can now just type in and make their purchase with, right? So we want to make sure that we're expressing things like that. You want to make those passwords, keep them secure and keep them away from other people. I think the last point is if you're going to hook up systems like that, maybe think of hooking it up to a guest network or have a secondary internet source. I know access can be an issue, but in some rural areas, you have multiple providers. And I know the larger providers, especially your mobile providers, your cell phone providers, they're getting towers in everywhere now that, they're purchasing land on farmers, land to build towers that can provide 4G and 5G service, which is your high-speed internet now. So you may have 2 or 3 options, and you can have a backup internet, or you can have a secondary internet source strictly just for your business side. So that way you never have to mix your personal internet with your business internet. So those are some conversations I've had with our rural areas and some of our clients there as well, of segmenting your internet essentially that way.
Okay, well, I have a different perspective because I'm not a cybersecurity specialist, or that's not something that's at the top of my radar. Although it's moving up there. I was at an event yesterday, it's a workshop, and I was at the table with the Department of Agriculture folks, and I knew I had this today, and I was like, hey, have y'all heard anything around cybersecurity for farms or agriculture? And these are all the Department of Ag folks, and they're like, no, hadn't heard anything. We haven't had any programs, we haven't had any information. And they're like, and they were just like, I don't know. So that awareness piece that Sergio mentioned is important, I think, even for the technical assistance providers in the state, who are just kind of, and honestly, I've never seen the topic come up in our state. So that might be something new for me to try to introduce, partner with Earl, and try to get that message out there to farmers, because it's very important as it's being highlighted here. But with some of my clients, what I've seen is, just again, the spottiness of service, both their cell phone services. I talk to them on the phone, call drops. Emails never come through, days without responding to emails, because they'll be like, hey, my emails just came through. And I didn't see that. And, they could get frustrated with technology a lot. It's a source of frustration for them. In which some cases, you get frustrated, you throw your arms up and say, I've got better things to do. And go plow this field or harvest this grant, whatever it might be. But so it goes lower and lower on their priority list, maybe. But yeah, then just kind of bumping up the awareness and those great solutions that Scott, offered, which are fairly easy solutions. Just having them implement those and, all that stuff. Another thing I get is just a lot of technical questions with spam questions. I get those a lot. Farmers they'll forward me an email. Is this spam or not? I'm like, yeah, you don't do anything with that. Never click a link. If it's something you're interested in, just go to go straight to your site and log in. Don't ever go through any of these things. And a lot of stuff around sam.gov. I get a lot because I work with a lot of USD grant programs and whatnot, and so they're always getting these emails. But all that kind of goes back to sophistication too, and a lot of simple, just salt of the earth people trying to work hard, and those are not their top concerns, and they don't think that's relevant to them somehow. But yeah, I have some fun times with technology in the rural areas, that's for sure.
Thanks, guys. So actually 2 points to that. One is, Jim, you point out phishing. So those malicious emails that you get and you don't know what to click on. We actually have an SBA presentation throughout the day called Threat Mitigation, where we actually have a phishing education expert in there. So just a little plug there that if you are looking for more just education around phishing and how to avoid scams like that, I do highly recommend you check that out. But in addition to that, so a lot of your small businesses don't necessarily have connection to the outside world when it comes to the internet. So do you see that a lot of your small businesses have more physical threats, like they need to lock their doors, lock their personal data? Like when they're running a small business, if it's not connected to the internet, is it all done by paper then? And this isn't more just a question.
Well, they certainly have a lot of things done old school. You have the notebook with a lot of information, there are logs of whatever it is that they're doing or producing. So a lot of things can be done and are done on pen and paper. So, and that is information that is out there, right? And probably not locked in a vault. So yes, I think it comes back to that perception of we're in a safe environment. We don't need to lock anything up, right? We don't need to hide any information for any reason.
The only reason I bring that up is because a part of cybersecurity is your whole physical security. And so those of you who don't have connection to internet, yes, you might not have threats from all over the world through the internet, but you do still have those physical threats of someone coming onto your property and vandalizing something or anything like that. I just had a small business in Virginia that I was helping. They just got internet, and it's not high-speed internet, but they wanted to put cameras around their facility so they could at least monitor something that was happening, because they had a problem with people stealing things because they only operated once a week. So we walked through how to put cameras up and all of that. And so that's just one thing I helped with the rural business, kind of figure out how do we at least get some type of physical security so we can protect ourselves from physical threats rather than the online ones.
I think one thing to consider is the average age of the farmer is 59 or 60, depending on where you live. And my experience with older people, my parents, is they write everything down. They're still writing a lot, even though they are computer savvy and they use computers a lot in spreadsheets or, just getting using online using programs. But a lot of stuff is written. And a lot of farms that I work with, older farmers still, they use, older methods of accounting and keeping track of things. So yeah, it's definitely in consideration.
That's I just literally the beginning of this month, there's a small business that's here in Delaware that it's a livestock auction. So it's a ag-based business, they have been operating for the last 21 years off of pen and paper. Their entire business, they do, I mean, they're $1 million company and everything was pen and paper. The checks were handwritten, everything was done by hand. And we just this month transitioned them to a computer system to help. And it has been a long month of them trying to learn, because it's older people operating it, and they didn't grow up with technology and having to figure out how things could work. But they have claimed that it does make their life somewhat easier, mainly because of the checks. They were writing hundreds of checks a night by hand, and now we can print them out automatically, that's all really they wanted the software for, was to handwrite or to print checks. But I digress. With that came security protocols that I had to put into place for them, because of the fact that, all right, the system is now not connected to the internet, but you had to create a network within your barn in order to make all of the computers talk to each other. So how do we protect those so that way some computer savvy person can't just show up to the barn and connect to it and then run amok on your system and steal information? But I digress. With that, I want to transition to another question, which is many people don't realize that farmers have a lot of innovative and technology that they work with. I mean, chicken farms and tractors are more sophisticated than they've ever been. Some connect to the internet, some can drive themselves. So are there any products or innovations that you're seeing in your farming industry that are vulnerable to cyber threats? So is there anything that you're seeing that your small businesses are bringing up online that, and I use online in a loose term, connecting to just in general a network that is making their lives easier, but they're not necessarily thinking that it's something that should be protected?
I think there is a general understanding that computers are the hackable stuff, right? An irrigation system, a temperature control system, a GPS-driven machinery, surveillance cameras, those are not hackable, right? Computers are hackable. So I think there is also that. The more farms get mechanized, the more technology is adopted. And I mean, technology these days is online technology, right? I mean, the simplest surveillance camera system, you need that to be online so that you have remote access to it. But even any other type of farming machinery, GPS-driven machinery, temperature control system, you name it, they're all, they talk to each other. So I think it's really that understanding that, okay, all these things are hackable. They're potentially a source of problems, right? And also, again, the fact that whoever provides that technology or installs that technology should come also with the piece of education, because they train and say, okay, you have this piece of machinery. There are safety instructions and safety protocols. If you have a giant irrigation system that moves by itself on a field, you don't want anybody to be run over by that. So there are safety protocols that goes with that. I wonder if they are as strict when it comes to the security protocols, the network security protocols, or if they come with a manufacturer password and nobody bothers to change it, right? So how much that person installing it is aware of that, or is making the farmers aware of that. And you mentioned that the farmers, they're very innovative, they're very resourceful. Sometimes they install themselves, right? So they might not know. They say, oh yeah, it comes already with a password, leave what it is, right? The manufacturer password. So there is also that level of understanding. If you are installing it yourself, you should, know that there is that risk. So, and the more mechanization the farm has, the higher the level of technology they adopt, well, then the higher the risk they will be running.
Absolutely, and to hit home maybe with Sergio said there about passwords that are coming default with that technology you're buying. You can Google search or Bing search, whatever your favorite search engine is, and you can find all those default passwords. You know, it's fun to show people the routers that they own for their homes, and you can ask them verbatim, hey, what router manufacturer do you have? Who is it? What is it? You know, the model number, and then you can search for that specific model numbers within your search engine, and you can find the default password. You can say, hey, I hope you changed it, because here's your sysadmin default password for it. And it's going to be the same for all those other internet devices that the farmers are definitely connecting with. If they aren't changing those passwords, a cyber criminal, they're savvy, they're smart, they're going to know where to look for these passwords. Especially when it's so easy as a Google search. But not only that, if they find compromised password lists that they know that worked for these types of devices in the past, they have those lists generated and created, and they actually sell those types of lists to other cyber criminals. So that's why it's so important to make those kinds of changes first. And it's something that's simple, right? That anyone can do it. So don't just depend on the installer of the manufacturer who's bringing that device in for you. So I think that's a great point, Sergio, that you brought up there. You know, they are super innovative. I was, you know, blown away a year ago when I was learning about dairy farms, and just the automation of when the cows get milked, that milk immediately gets processed and is identified whether that milk is safe to be able to be mixed in with all the good milk that's going to be going to essentially to the store and be processed and be pasteurized and everything that needs to happen, or does it just get flushed out and tossed out because maybe that cow has been giving out too much milk, and they know that cow's been under medication, or that cow's been sick for that last week for whatever reason. So it can quickly identify that. But if that device is compromised, you're now mixing milk in together, right? And you know you're now contaminating that milk, and you may not be aware of it. So it's those types of cool innovations that are being implemented into the farming scene, that we have to make sure that the installer, that the device, that those producers that are making those equipments and those innovations, that if they're setting up the security for us, how do we then verify that security has been put in place correctly? Do we just trust them that they did it, or do we ask you know, do we as the farmer at that point hire another third party to come in and audit that for us down the road? Do we audit it immediately? Do we have that company come back out every year to recertify our devices that we are implementing into our farms, just to make sure that nothing's changed, that everything's still where it needs to be? As we know, updates need to happen. If they don't happen, sometimes things just can fall out of configuration, the settings can change. So it's good to consistently make sure that whatever settings and configurations and security you did put in place stays in place. Because these tools are important, right? As Sergio mentioned, you don't want the devices in the field running over someone, right? You don't want that to happen either. That could be terrible. Or going into the street and hitting, you know, a vehicle that's driving in the road either. So we want to constantly make sure that whatever we are implementing stays safe and stays functioning the way we intended it to.
You know, I think most farmers understand that automation and technology improvements are one of the keys to improving their bottom line. And most of them that I know are real concerned about the bottom line. So it's something that everybody strives for, small farms, large farms. But you look at certain industries, like in South Carolina, 25%, or the poultry industry makes up 25% of our economic agricultural output. So it's huge industry in South Carolina. And that industry specifically is an integrated industry where growers contract with processors or integrators, and under their contract, demands are made for them to continually improve their farm. And a lot of that is around automation, technology. So they're required, you know, to make these improvements, which is a big consideration, because a lot of that, you know, comes back to, you know, cybersecurity and these new functions of technology that they're putting in. So yeah, I think it's of growing and increasing importance, and you're seeing it more and more with smart farming and robots and drones and precision ag, like you mentioned. So it'll just keep increasing over time.
All right. And now to protect the small businesses in order to protect themselves, the ones that are introducing a lot of this technology, the question is, are they doing it themselves, or are they basically farming it out, pun intended, to provide, who's doing the services to help them get their stuff online, or not even online, just to improve these technologies? If they're doing it themselves, do they have the proper know-how to do it, or do they go to, you know, in my small businesses, they go to their grandson or their nephew or whoever's somewhat technologically savvy to help them. So with that being said, are they outsourcing this kind of stuff? Do they try to bring it in-house? Is it they just wait for their grandson to come over so they can do it? What are you seeing?
I think it's a mixed bag. You have a bit of everything, but I would say the more complex the technology they're adopting, most likely they rely on the supplier of that technology to do the installation and everything. And then the question is really, is that service provider also providing them an adequate level of cybersecurity that comes with that equipment, right? And but I think there's everything in between, from the do-it-yourself to all the way the technology supplier also providing them the security service.
Okay. And then one other question is, with these advancements in technology, typically people think is more or less expensive. It's more or less expensive to enact a lot of these cybersecurity things. And is it one of the biggest things we try to convey to our small businesses is that if they are ever breached through a data breach or ever hacked or whatever, it gets costly. So is it more or less expensive to protect a rural business from cyber threats? Do you feel that they can do it relatively cheaper than more of the technology advanced businesses, or do they need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect themselves?
Maybe the answer is probably lower, but it depends. The cost is lower, but it depends. Because I would say, let's say, I can run a small business that it's fully inside my computer. It's 100% digital business, right? So if anything happens to that business, it's game over because it's fully digital. That will never happen to a farm, right? A farm hopefully will never be fully digital. I don't want to have, zeros and ones on my plate. So I think there is, because of the nature of the business, agricultural business, their need for cyber protection may be lower and therefore the cost lower. But again, it really depends on how much technology you have in the farm, right? How mechanized the farm processes are and how much technology adoption there is in the farm. So it really depends. But I would assume, compared to any other business that can be fully digital, right, that in comparison, I would expect to be probably on average lower the cost.
I think some farmers might keep a lot of stuff on their local drive and not use the cloud at all. So, having a backup is, it can be inexpensive just to get, a backup operation these days. I don't know that it would be very much any more expensive, to use some of these simple methods, protect yourself either. So.
Yes, and that's a good point, Jim, because to protect yourself, sometimes you really don't need many advanced things, right? Some ground floor best practices will get you a long way. And those are not very expensive. If you have, let's say, a password manager, if you use two-factor authentication for at least financial services, digital financial services, if you update your things, those are relatively inexpensive. It's just a matter of doing it, right? And being aware that is what needs to be done. So I think a lot of things can be done for very cheap, or sometimes you might even have some no-cost services.
Absolutely, and I think to hit home with it, I think it really depends, Jake, on whether it's going to cost more or less. It's very dependent on the type of ag business that it is, whether it's is it a farm that's deploying a lot of resources and tools that are connected? Is it a farm that is just having a POS system and a few security cameras? So just like any business, really, the answer always is, it depends on the cost. So that's definitely something I think that any business can relate to, right? So it just always depends. I hate giving that answer, but it feels like a cop out, but it's the truth.
Yes, you're right. It does depend. But as Sergio and Jim mentioned, and Scott, I know that you know this already, that as long as you're not the low-hanging fruit, you will be fine compared to every other low-hanging fruit. So just the generalized protecting themselves with passwords and all of that. And so on that note, can each of you give me one or two things that a small business could do today, tomorrow, to go out and protect themselves for as little as no money or a few dollars in order to protect themselves?
My number one favorite is two-factor authentication, because even if you have any other cyber protection, that can keep you out of trouble. And especially and what I say, okay, you don't need to have two-factor authentication for everything, but at least for financial services, the online banking, or if you have a POS system or any other type of digital financial service like Venmo, Square, you name it, and financial systems, QuickBooks, because sometimes QuickBooks are also connected to the bank account. So if you have two-factor authentication to anything that leads to your money, right? It's what I like to call, it's really protect your cash. If you have that focus, at least that part is protected. People can come through your network and do other things, but they might not be able to tap on your cash if you have two-factor authentication. So I think that is really like the simplest, the most effective one that anyone can do it. If they have a bank account, the bank offers two-factor authentication, right? So you can just sign up for that. And that on the really, trying to protect the focus of anybody that's trying to hack while they want to access money, right? I think a second one, it's really proper encryption on farming equipment, right? Because people might not think about that, might not think that an equipment is hackable, might not even know that the equipment has a password protection or an encryption system. So just make sure that that is in place.
I think, go ahead, Scott. Y'all the experts, so y'all have all the advice here. So
yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, so I think password managers are great. I think those are a great resource. I know I mentioned, complex passwords and never reuse them. And so password managers are really a great tool to help you never have to really think of your password ever again. They can remember them for you. They can create your passwords for you. They associate them to the accounts that they're with. So that's why I think password managers are great. And so that way, however many, user accounts that you have, all those financial accounts Sergio talks about, your email accounts, the accounts that are hooked up to those devices that you may be connecting to your, to your network, whether it's that POS system, security, whether it's, to the dairy farms, whether it's the machines actually in the fields, all of those have passwords, especially those admin default passwords. You change those, password managers will store those for you. And then I think, updates to your software and to your apps, to any of your hardware as well, are critical too. We know that some of the most common threats that we see consistently throughout the years are order viruses, order malware that have updates and patches in place that people just aren't updating and patching their own devices for. And if you make those updates, you're not going to be vulnerable to those 2, 3, 4-year-old pieces of malware anymore that still are some of the most popular tools that cyber criminals are using. So for me, I love password managers. Sergio, I love your two-factor authentication as well. That's always one of my top ones, but I don't want to repeat it. But then updates, critical.
Well, I'm gonna do a little repeating myself, because y'all have made some great references already in this program, but in one being just education, general education about phishing and malware, and because they get these emails all the time and people click those links. So just doing that, and I'd be interested in that the program you mentioned, Jacob, and how that can help my clients as well. So education, and maybe if I had any other advice outside of that, I think it was mentioned to have maybe separate networks for personal and business, or maybe even networks that are offline at sometimes. But yeah, just maybe segmenting or separating networks and of critical importance.
That's a great point. And yep, 95% of all breaches, and that percentage changes depending on the big institution counting the small business, but 95% is roughly around how many breaches are compromised by human interaction. Basically, a human did something, clicked a link, downloaded an attachment, whatever it is. So employee training is one of the largest things that we can do as a small business to just educate, to tell people not to click links. And if you can get that right, that's 95% of protection right there from a data breach. So yes, there are tons of resources out there. There is our threat mitigation talk that's going to come up throughout the day, and as well as paid services out there for employee education as well. But try the free stuff first, and at least build your knowledge around that. So with that, that's it from us. And I want to thank the panel for joining us today and being a part of this whole SBA experience. So again, thank you, Sergio, Jim, and Scott, for your time. And we definitely appreciate everything that you do with your small businesses in your state. So thanks again.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Sergio.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Miller of the U.S. Small Business Administration. I hope you've all been having a fantastic time at our SBA Cyber Summit so far. We've just concluded the first half of today's agenda, and I have to say the level of participation and engagement from all of you has been nothing short of exceptional. My heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being here today, and for your active involvement in the sessions and your thoughtful questions and discussions in our chat today. Both your presence and really your enthusiasm are what make this event truly special. I think a big round of applause is also due to our incredible presenters who've shared their expertise and insights during just this first half of the day. Their knowledge and dedication to helping small businesses protect themselves in today's digital world are truly invaluable, and we're very fortunate to have them here with us. So as we go to take this break, I want to encourage you to grab a refreshment, stretch your legs, but maybe even engage in some networking with your fellow attendees here. This is an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas and experiences and foster connections that can be incredibly beneficial for your small businesses. But please don't wander too far. We have an exciting lineup of sessions for the remainder of today that I really don't think you'd want to miss. We'll be delving deeper into cybersecurity best practices. We'll be exploring some more case studies, and we'll hear from a whole slew of other industry experts. So make sure to return promptly and be ready to absorb more of this valuable information. Remember that the knowledge and strategies you gain here today can have a significant impact on the security and success of your small business. Your commitment to enhancing your cybersecurity posture is commendable, and we're here to support you every step of the way. Thank you once again to you for your active participation, and to our amazing presenters for their time and expertise. Let's continue this journey together as we reconvene for the second half of today's agenda. Stay tuned, stay secure, and let's make this the most remarkable conference we can.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to small business threat mitigation topic that we have for you guys today. We have a whole panelist full of different areas of threat mitigation for you to cover all kinds of cybersecurity threats and breaches and help you support your small business. I am Jake Blackston. I am the Digital Solutions Manager here at the Small Business Development Center here in Delaware. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the panelists to discuss themselves and their background, and then we'll get into some questions. So Connor, if you want to go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Connor. I am the co-founder of FinSecurity. To put it real plainly and real shortly, we teach people at all sizes of businesses to recognize phishing or social engineering, basically somebody impersonating a business or an individual to try and steal money, information, or access from you. So we work with those businesses to recognize it before it becomes a real big issue.
Chris
Marchak with Lions Companies. Lions Companies, independent insurance brokerage house here in Delaware, one of the largest in Delaware, one of the largest actually in the tri-state area. What I do is protect your business interests from bad actors, especially in the cyber realm. So we keep your business running and going if you have a loss that occurs.
Awesome. And Brian.
Hi, Brian Durr with Daystor. I'm the Managing Director of Cloud Services here. We provide backup services and private cloud services, as well as security services to small businesses.
Awesome. All right. Well, so we have our first question with us, which is basically each of you bring a very specific skill set to small businesses in different areas of cybersecurity. So can you provide at least a brief explanation of how your services fit into the overall realm of cybersecurity strategy for protecting your small business? And we'll start with Connor.
Sweet. So there is a really widely popularized and used data breach. I want to say report. It's called Verizon's Data Breach and Investigation Report, DBIR for short. And according to all of the information that Verizon has been collecting over the last several decades on cybersecurity incidents and breaches and everything in between, around north of 80% of those breaches involve a human making a mistake or doing something unintentional or having their accounts stolen or their information stolen that then gets leveraged into actually stealing money and creating an actual incident. And so what we do is a topic that you could find online called security awareness training, where we do not only phishing exercises where we'll try to trick people. You know, everyone says tricking and then they end up hating us for that, but there's a couple of ways we do it that's a little different, and then provide training material to help people recognize what all of those various threats that Verizon, sees on a regular basis before it becomes something that would end a small business, so to speak. So before somebody's credentials can get abused to download malware or get access to a network, it's like a human had to do something, and a human should have been able to recognize, hey, I shouldn't download this, or something as simple as I shouldn't keep this door open and let this random individual who I have no idea walk through the front door. It's a concept called tailgating. It's like everything in between actually somebody walking in your door and downloading what is absolutely not going to be a PDF onto your computer is what security awareness training attempts to teach folks. And so if Verizon's data is accurate, which I studied math in college, and I have a big problem with the way Verizon aggregates and counts their statistics, but it's convenient for me, so I'll just go with the 80 some odd % that Verizon states of breaches occur because a human did something in between letting somebody in the front door and getting their credentials stolen. So that's what we attempt to do. It's one of the quickest and frankly also cheapest ways to reduce the risk that your employees are going to make a mistake just by a little bit.
Awesome. Now, Chris, what about you guys? Do you guys, cyber insurance is always a hot topic.
In cyber insurance, that's really where we focus on helping protect your business from those breaches that Connor is describing. You know, we're going to protect the business against losses, whether it be computer related or technology related. It could be phishing attacks, ransomware attacks, or even social engineering, which has become bigger than I thought that would ever be. And Connor, I just pulled even. I'm going to add to that statistic. I just pulled a more recent cyber security breaches attributed to human error. The World Economic Forum is now saying that's up to as high as 95%. Yep. So it's not a question as to if it's going to happen. It's really when it's going to happen. When is somebody going to click on, i.e., the wrong email, for example?
Yeah. I don't think, Chris, I don't think it's an accident that one of the 5 things in most cyber insurance policies require at this point is training your people to recognize threats as they face them today. Yes. Every cyber insurance policy I've gotten my hands on, or I've helped a partner or a client end up working through, or just try to understand a little bit, has always had some measure of, great, you're securing your networks, or you're putting the proper softwares in place and procedures in place. What about your people, though, is always a part of it now. It didn't used to be like that, like you had said, but now it is.
Cyber insurance used to be really easy and really cheap to get. It wasn't, you didn't even have to fill out an application at one point. You want cyber insurance? Okay, here's a $100,000 policy. Now it's, 6-page questionnaire you have to fill out for those specific reasons.
109% loss ratios on cyber insurance policies in 2021 changed it for everybody.
And so, Brian, you're all about backups and recovery. So you guys kind of sit on the other side of this. A data breach happens, and how do you get back up? So you want to talk about a little bit about your side?
Yeah, and we really covered the gamut. And to reiterate, right, no matter how much training you do, there's always going to be one person that's going to click on that email at some point, right? At some point, it's just going to happen, unfortunately. So we really do specialize in, okay, when that does happen, how do we get you back up and running and quickly, and not having to pay out a ransom, or not having to rebuild over from scratch, right? So and we do a kind of a layered approach here, depending on what the customer's needs are, what the small business needs are, right? But we have a variety of products where we could go in and we could say, okay, for your tier 1 applications, we're going to put them on this application that could recover you within minutes. For your tier 2 applications, maybe you have a little bit more lead time to bring those up. We're going to bring them up with a different product, a backup product that we utilize. So we really work very closely with the business owners and the CIOs and the IT managers to kind of figure out, okay, where is your risk? Where's your need? And how can we help, and how can we provide, what products can we provide to get you back up and running in the quickest way possible?
Awesome. So I always get especially in the small business clients that I work with, is cybersecurity isn't really top of mind to them. And also cybersecurity is just a very scary word for a lot of small businesses. We've actually been toying around with calling it data protection rather than cybersecurity. With that being said, you each have to deal with small businesses in various statuses throughout their career. With that, what are some things that you had to do, or is there any creative reasons that you had to get the founders or maybe the small businesses to buy your services, or that you had to convince them to sell your services? Is there something that is really your selling point to make sure that they're protecting themselves?
I'll take this. So I'd mentioned cyber insurance requires awareness training. Also, in Brian's case, most cyber insurance that I've seen requires segregated immutable backups, where in the event a human makes a mistake, in the event a 0-day is exploited, in the event somebody walks through your front door and plugs something into your network, if you have a backup, which is just a straight up copy of all of your network, all of your devices somewhere off site, and you can just click a button, which is, I assume, what Data Store does, and it's just ports everything. It's like a time machine. It's like, okay, hey, today we screwed up. Let's go back to yesterday when we were really not screwed up. That's essentially what it's like it's like a button you can press in the event of the future going wrong. You just rewind and like, well, listen, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
So
That's basically what we have. We have the service where you go back
Yeah.
and you pick in that time. Okay, when did it happen? Happened at 5:05. Well, let's go to 5 o'clock, right? And we just roll it right back.
So Jake, the reason I mentioned that is most of the purchasing decisions that I see today from small to medium-sized business owners is largely done right after a cyber insurance audit or right after a cyber insurance application hits their desk. It's quite frankly, it's that simple at this point. Where as Chris was mentioning, you know, cyber insurance policies used to be, what's your current heart rate? And yes, here's your policy. Now it's well, what do you implement? How do you implement it? Do you have these things? Do you do multi-factor authentication on which accounts? If it's not all accounts, tell me which ones don't have multi-factor authentication on them and why did you decide to do it that way? It's just a much more in-depth understanding of cyber security and the things that will eventually lead to a breach. So there's a whole set of people that they buy because of cyber insurance landed in their world somewhere and they had no idea what it is and they just want to get their insurance. The second reason is a quote that is largely becoming now popular that I will not attribute to myself. I don't know who said it, but it is very, very wise. It's you're not too small to get hacked. You're too small to make the news. So up until even like a year ago, every small business owner, every medium-sized business owner I would talk with is, oh, I'm not going to get hacked. I'm not a target. There's no way anyone would want to target me. Is the person next door is 100 times my size. And so they'll get breached before I do because they're more valuable. And I would always come back with two things. Well, one, the likelihood you get breached because you're directly targeted is very low. The likelihood that you get breached because a tool you used gets compromised, like LastPass, for instance, or Plex, if you do video streaming, it's much, much, much higher. It's a concept called third-party risk. And so we live in a world now where you don't have to get targeted to get hacked. You just have to use a tool that got targeted. Just who's listening to this call uses Facebook or Google or a bank? Like every single person just answered yes to probably all three of those questions. And that is now the risk, is that a tool like that, a software like that gets hacked and then your information's out there and being leveraged for an attack.
And actually, Connor, you mentioned third-party risk. And for those of you who don't really know what that is, Chris, did you want to kind of cover what a third-party risk is or what protections you should look at when it comes to cyber insurance?
Well, and to that note, one of the things that you did ask is, you know, what kind of gets us over that hump? Well, the third party and regarding clients' data is really critical. That's where Connor comes into play to protect along those lines. What we do on the insurance side of it is for like a data breach, for example. We ensure that when you have that data breach, the things that you're going to have to do as a business that will cost you money, getting back to notifying the individuals who are breached, understanding that you're going to have to do some credit monitoring for those individuals, depending on the data that was lost, even if it was never exploited. And you can lose money through a whole series of, whether it's phishing attacks, whether it's social engineering, ransomware demands. The whole idea behind insurance is to keep you whole. So those costs that are associated with that are paid for. So when somebody like a forensic IT company has to come in and confirm the breach, identify where the breach, that costs money. To notify those individuals of the breach who were subjected to having their information stolen, that costs money. Making sure that there's a call center that's going to be part of the crisis management plan. That all costs money. And the other biggest piece of it is business interruption. How long are you down for? And that's great. Connor was saying how with their backup, you literally almost hit that easy button, right, Connor?
I'm
So you're
hoping
up and running again.
with Brian's backups. I don't do backups.
But yeah, no,
okay,
it
Brian's
really
back.
is that easy button there.
But those items are where we come into play. So you lose business, you're down for a period of time. You know, what are the business interruption costs? How much is that costing you? That's really where the insurance market comes into play. Brian and Connor, they're protecting those third-party assets. Protecting you from the last passes of the world being used and somebody breaking into you. But my job really as a risk management advisor is to make sure that we have the right protections in place for when that loss or that breach does occur. Again, it's a matter of when, not if, that we have you protected, we have you covered, and the impact financially to your business is drastically reduced.
Jake, a definition that a lot of my small business owners have of third-party risk is there's two types of third parties: vendors and software that you use. So picture that accountant you're using, that CPA that you work with that's been your friend since 7th grade or whatever it is. That's a third party. That is a vendor that you work with. Now picture Google Workspace or HubSpot or the bank that you work with if you're logging in online. Third party risk is, what is the risk that one of those, that your CPA's email gets compromised? They send you a fake invoice and say, hey, I need you to pay me $7,000, and you just do it. Well, you just sent $7,000 to what is not your CPA. That's not technically a breach, but that is now cybercrime that resulted in theft because somebody was breached. That's third party risk.
And that does occur quite often. And if you're a business owner and you were the party that had the cyber attack and your email went to that other vendor asking for something, you will be called into the mix there in terms of being asked to make compensation. So that's again where that cyber insurance will come into play for that third party risk as well.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So being on that topic a little bit, as far as when it comes to, you all work with different size small businesses and or medium-sized businesses. Do you guys have examples of when a small business or a medium-sized business had to actually use your cyber insurance, or had to actually had a data breach and needed to recover from a backup, or for your case, Connor, when you're actually training employees to not click on those links? Do you guys have any examples of how you helped either mitigate those from happening, or helped the small business recover from that kind of stuff, to showcase basically to small businesses that it's not something that has to be outside their warehouse? It's not overly complicated. There are places out there to help you with this.
Yeah, Jacob, I'll start off with a little bit on that. Getting back to the Verizon statistics that I think, Connor, you were mentioning, small to medium-sized businesses are spending in the neighborhood of $653,000, and there's a full gamut there, but up to $653,000. The question becomes, do you have that in your budget as a small business owner? Even do you have $25,000 in your budget or $50,000 in your budget as a small business owner to self-insure? Probably not, especially if you're starting out. And that's where the insurance piece comes into play. I have several examples. One is an architectural firm locally who was breached, who shall remain nameless. They were breached, and they had a little bit of data coverage on their policy, but it far exceeded anything that was on that policy. That's where a cyber policy would have come into play. It was part of our recommendation in the renewal process. They didn't take it, but I will tell you now, they haven't. So there's one example. Another example is with social engineering and fund transfer fraud. Another relatively large, I don't want to describe the company too much detail, but they do some IT work and cabling and stuff, and they were tricked into sending payments to another vendor through a third party. Getting back to that third party in the social engineering, they tricked them into thinking that it was from a decision maker over there. They got a bill, they received a bill, they transferred the funds over to the account to pay their bill or pay their invoice. And come to find out, it was a fictitious place, a fictitious email address, and they lost out on about $200,000. Well, they didn't lose out. In that particular case, they did have insurance to cover that. They did have a cyber policy. And so that $200,000 invoice, because the funds transfer fraud that occurred through social engineering, was covered.
Sounds like they should have talked to Connor and had some actual phishing education done.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll pick up the next one on this too. Unfortunately, because of the business we're in, I see this a lot, and you know, you tend to see it more in small business than in the mid to largers, just because of a lot of the reason why what we were saying earlier, right? The education piece of it, thinking that, hey, I'm small enough, I'm not going to get hit because I'm the size of company I am or the business that I'm in. And it really, you know, it's education on trying to get these people educated and understand it will happen. It's just a matter of time, right? But we see it, like I said, we do a lot with healthcare. So we've had it recently with a small healthcare provider around here. That, you know, someone inside clicked on an email, and next thing you know, went out to the file share and just started encrypting everything in ransomware, right? In that scenario, we had them back up and running within 24 hours, because that was what their product sets that they've gotten from us. Back up and running within 24 hours. It was over a weekend, so it hit on Friday night. By Sunday morning, we were validating everything, didn't miss a day. So Monday, they were open back up. Another scenario where I could go through is we've had it happen in the manufacturing side. We deal some work with manufacturing. Now, manufacturing is a lot tighter, believe it or not. You think healthcare, manufacturing about the same, but manufacturing, things go down, right? Your plant stops, and all your workers are just sitting around looking at each other. We were able to recover those people when they had same scenario, right? Someone clicked on something, next thing you know, it starts encrypting things. We had them back up within 20 minutes. Again, already had those conversations with them. They were bought in on, hey, we need to make sure that we're running that top line of protection. But yeah, so unfortunately, like you guys said, because of the business we're in, I see it a lot.
Yeah. Brian's in an unfortunate scenario where the only reason you need a backup is because your current business.
There's something hitting the wall.
Yeah. So I bet you know, you like getting called, but you don't like getting called is probably how you feel.
It's always rough on the middle of the night on a Saturday, right? But that's the line of business we decided to go in.
Yeah. For Finn, I would caution against people measuring their ability to recognize phishing tests and extrapolate that they'll be able to recognize all forms of social engineering. So I'll caveat everything I'm about to say with that. However, there are stories. So we work with groups of businesses called managed service providers. If you're a small business and providing your own IT or your own cybersecurity feels overwhelming, and you don't have enough time, energy, effort, resources to go get your PhD in cybersecurity and understand how to actually protect yourself, which is honestly sometimes how it feels when you're trying to dive into the subject for the first time. A managed service provider will work with your business to provide all of that IT and cybersecurity for you. That's quite literally their job. So I haven't had any like users at organizations come to me, but I have had the people that I work with, their managed service providers, come to me and say, hey, look at the, in this case, live phishing emails that somebody actually reported through the proper channels as a result of training them to do so, and then also phishing them. So in Brian's case and in Chris's case that they were talking about, a lot of these attacks start by you download the bonus PDF that'll tell you how much bonus you're going to get at the end of the year. And what you've actually just downloaded is a piece of software that is now on your device. And since it's on your device, it can sometimes screw up things on there. In the case that Brian mentioned, there was a direct connection to some kind of file storage that was somewhere in the cloud. It seems like, or maybe on site, but not on that computer. And all of a sudden, if that software is on your computer, it has the ability to go to other computers if you haven't locked down your network properly. And so there is evidence of the folks that we work with. They'll report those malicious attempts properly, and the way you handle those is just by blocking the domain after that point, and then in some cases, if it looks targeted enough, reporting it directly to the FBI's resource for that, their cybercrime resources.
Connor, I hear a lot on my end from small businesses, and I would caution the small businesses. Perhaps you can add to this. They say, well, my IT firm has it, or it's on the cloud. There's things that you need to be cautious of.
Yeah.
Because you can still have a loss, or you can still have a data breach. Just because it's on the cloud does not mean it's protected if you don't have the right protections in place.
Absolutely. Something I preach, and something a lot of the practitioners that I associate with preaches along the lines of what Brian said earlier. It's a when, not if mentality. What that means is there are enough malicious actors around the world that are willing to target your business directly or indirectly to steal your money, access, and information, that it is a matter of time that you will get breached. It is not a binary thing, yes or no. It is this will happen at some point, and you need to be infinitely prepared for when it does. In the case of using backups, it's exactly one of the ways to be prepared is, if you think you're going to get hacked, if you believe it's going to happen at some point, spending what ends up amounting to a modicum of cash compared to the size of a breach to properly store and encrypt and regulate your backups is well worth it, not only for your peace of mind, but for actual business operations.
Absolutely.
Yeah. For people who think, oh, it's in the cloud, it's unhackable. I will describe the cloud to people in the most simplest ways I understand. It is just somebody else's computer.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So it's hackable. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, Connor, you already kind of alluded to this a little bit with time spent doing certain things, or how expensive certain things can get in the event that a data breach happens. But so as consultants at the SBDCs across the nation, we have a lot of questions that come up through small businesses where, you know, it's expensive to do it, or it's time consuming, or like you mentioned, I don't want to get my PhD in cybersecurity and it's confusing and I don't really know how to start. So with that mentality, what would you guys tell an entrepreneur with a limited budget and hardly any understanding of cybersecurity to do to get started? Any quick tips or,
I mean,
things
I think
to focus on?
there's a couple little things you could just knock out that don't take a lot of time, right? And one is like password security, right? Make sure that you and all your employees are using strong passwords and not writing them down on the Post-it and posting it and pasting it on the monitor, right? I mean, we see that all the time. Implementing MFA, multi-factor authentication, right? It's not expensive. You know, most people have a Google Authenticator and use it at some point or another. Adding that into your login. to your domain. So there's those little simple things, keeping like your servers and your systems patched and up to date. So there's a lot of things that once you educate everybody, there's small things you could do. Yes, there's some bigger item things that you can get into, but when you're on a limited budget, and get it right, you got to do this at least everything you possibly can within your budget.
Yeah, there are. I don't know if you've watched me give this talk, Jacob, but I've given introduction to cybersecurity. I forget the exact title, something along those lines, to like 13 or 14 different SBDCs here on the East Coast. And there's always a slide that I have, which is, here are the things you can do today for next to $0. It's just going to be a small time investment to actually protect yourself. A lot of which Brian already mentioned. Multi-factor authentication is the quickest way to secure anything you will ever do online, bar none. It is, I always have people go through this exercise. Picture that your email that you set up when you were 14 years old, in my case, 14 years old, or maybe you were older if you're a little older than me. One, you don't need to tell me what that name is because you're probably embarrassed by it. But two, what would happen to your life if that email went away? And a lot of people's answer they'll put in the chat is, my life's over. I have everything attached to that. It's like, awesome. Why is your cell phone number not attached to that account in such a way that they can send you a prompt? Or why don't you have a Google authenticator, like Brian had mentioned, to send you just a 6-digit code? It's like having 2 keys to a door, and the second key is in somebody else's house that you also have a key to. That's essentially the way to put it. So MFA is one. The second that I put is, even though I, talk about LastPass and getting breached recently, I would trust a password manager, even in the case of LastPass getting breached, infinitely more than an individual who has little experience with cybersecurity, to not only make proper passwords, but then to store and rotate them properly as well. So use a password manager. Plans start at $3 a month, $7 a month if you want your whole family involved. It's that simple. And then the third was just recognize social engineering when it's happening to you personally. And I always go through a story. Hey, the IRS will not call you. I'm not kidding. And then this next slide. If you thought I was joking about the IRS calling you, I wasn't. They aren't going to call you. Third slide. Again, I'm not joking. And the funny, it's not funny, I guess, but the craziest part about having that repeated in 3 slides back to back to back is that I'll get to the end of the third slide and people will still ask me, are you serious that they won't call me? It's like, absolutely, they will not. And then I lecture them on their bank. Because if your bank calls you and asks for your password, hang up the phone and go to your bank's website. That's what you need to do. Because I can't stress it enough. Your password is your password. It is not anyone else's. It is not your bank's. It is not your IT guys. It is your password. You never give it out under any circumstance ever. That was a mouthful, but those are all that's the lecture I give to people just getting into it.
I'm glad you brought up the password manager. That's the one largest hang up I have from a lot of small businesses is, well, I don't want to give my passwords to somebody else to protect. And then I always bring up, yes, but they're spending millions of dollars to protect your passwords, where you're putting it on a postage note or put it on
No, post it.
Yeah,
a couple pennies.
You won't even spend the $3 while they're spending the millions.
Yeah.
My other favorite question that a lot of small businesses ask is like, well, what do I do if Google gets hacked? And my answer has always been, listen, if Google's hacked in such a way that you're worried about it and I'm worried about it, there are very few things that trust me, the scope of our problems as a species just got bigger. And that's what we'll be dealing with, not the fact that your password's no longer here.
I would say for small businesses and startups, depending, I got to be careful how I say this, but depending on the type of industry or the type of risk you are, work towards getting what they call a BOP. It's a business owner's policy. Now, the business owner's policy covers a lot of little stuff. You might have other things in there that aren't related to cyber, like employment liability insurance. So you have an employee that makes a claim that you didn't promote them properly or something. It has a lot of other pieces to that, the BOP does, like that. But it also has things like some limited data coverage. So make sure you can get that. And a lot of times that data coverage can be increased for very little money. You know, maybe $100 or $200 a year might take you from $10,000 or $15,000 in data coverage to, you know, $30,000 or $50,000 in data coverage. As you get larger into a medium-sized company, the business owner policies will no longer be available. It's basically driven by revenue amounts, or the size of your company is driven by the revenue amounts, or your policy, that is. So when you get up to the medium-sized companies, you're obviously going to have to get a separate cyber policy based on what your exposures are, and they'll be based on two things. And this happens with any insurance. It's the type of risk, and typically it's the amount of revenue that the organization runs through its doors on an annual basis. So that they come up with a multiplier, times it by the revenue, and there you get your rate. With the BOPs, two things are to your advantage. The business owner policies for the small businesses and just starting out, the revenue's low. So that multiplier times the revenue is going to be also very low. So look for the BOP. It comes with a lot of extra bells and whistles, one of which typically is data breach of some sort. And you can also increase those limits based on the type of business that you are, based on your needs.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So we are coming somewhat to time. So I know we already kind of just went over this on what to do to protect yourselves. But with that being said, if you want to give me just one or two, if they could do anything when they leave this little seminar, hopefully they're watching and they're paying attention, what would they do? What should they do right now?
Other than go immediately turn on MFA. That's the first. The second is don't underestimate the I would say go to Google Workspace and get a Google Workspace account for $12 a month, or go to Microsoft and get a Microsoft Business Premium account for 40. I think it's $40 a month is where they start. Get yourself a business email address there, and get yourself some actual both of those services come with some bare bones cybersecurity tools such as analytics and also some very cursory breach detection if something weird is happening. More importantly, you can manage your multi-factor authentication, you can manage your passwords, and you can manage a lot of your business security through those tools without needing to go get an expert involved. You could just get a cursory level of cybersecurity protection, get it to a point where you could manage most of it on your own. Maybe then when you have 20, 30, 40 employees and you're kind of leveling up your small business, that's when you go get somebody to help you manage that. But up until that point, you could largely manage a lot of that on your own through those two tools.
My word of advice to small businesses, especially if you're just starting out, talk to a risk management advisor. Risk management advisor is professional. Don't just go online and sign up for insurance. There's been many circumstances where I've seen that, and they didn't have anybody going through their policy and with a fine-tooth comb, making sure they had the proper coverages for their business, making sure they had the right endorsements, which are more or less like inclusions, and more specifically exclusions on their policies. Because I tell clients all the time, insurance companies, so you need a professional to make sure that the wording is right in the case of a loss. So don't just go online and sign up over the internet.
Yeah, and to tag on all that, right? Like obviously all those little things are something that you could do and you should do, like the MFA and the password safes and everything else. But really is the education piece of it, right? Don't continue to go forward in the dark thinking that you're not going to be hit with something at some point, right? And as a small business, you put so much effort and time, and especially on startups, right? You're growing this, you're on a limited budget. This is your life at the end of the day. Protect it just like you would anything else, right? Air gap your critical data. Make sure that you have separation of that data so that when you do have an issue, or if you do have an issue, you can restore it and you can get back to working and operating and doing your business.
What would your advice be, Jacob?
My advice is to contact experts. These people know what they're talking about. If in all doubt, please reach out to your SBDCs who have hopefully someone on their staff, such as myself, to kind of navigate you to the appropriate parties to help you in your certain areas. And then also, we preach on updating your software, backing up your material or your devices. A lot of it is also protecting your mobile devices. A lot of people think only physical laptops, desktops, but they forget all about their mobile devices and how they should be the same. And their point of sale system, especially if you are in a rural area and you allow customers to use their own point of sale system to make their own payments, please lock that down. But we see that a lot in our rural businesses. But anyway, with that being said, I want to thank all of you for joining us today. The SBA thanks you, America's SBDC, and our North Star program thanks you. That concludes our session, unless anyone else has anything else they would like to say for the good of the small business.
No, thanks for having me.
Go Birds. Thanks for having us.
Go Birds.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the North Star Small Business Data Protection Top 10 Action Items that you can do for your small business to help protect yourself from all of those lovely attackers that want your information. I'm Jake Blackston. I'm the Delaware SBDC Digital Solutions Manager here.
And I'm Earl Gregridge. I'm with the South Carolina Small Business Development Center. Jake and I are co-chairs of the ASBDC National Task Force on Cybersecurity for Small Business. So let's get started today with talking a little bit about employee training. This is one of the things we think is extremely important to keep small businesses out of harm's way when it comes to cybersecurity. Cybersecurity best practices, these things that we've identified within a company maybe that are working well, maybe even outside of your company, you found some things that have worked well to help mitigate risk, and you want to share those across the company. Phishing emails. Several phishing tools available out there. I know Jake and I both have resources that we can link our small business clients to that can do some testing. And there's a free tool out there, I think, Jake, isn't it, with Google that does that?
Yes, Google offers a free tool. It's not super complex, but it's enough to at least train you on some basic cyber hygiene on phishing.
Right, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here is, if someone knows nothing, they are definitely weak, extremely weak link in this chain. But if we can at least get some of the basics in front of them, that would be great. So also having some reporting procedures and what happens if something crazy goes on with your system, right? What am I supposed to do next? We need to train people on what they're supposed to do in the event that they think they're being hacked or they have been hacked. And suspicious download avoidance. How do they know what to avoid if they don't know what a suspicious download is? So some training on that would be well advised to what to look for when they receive something that maybe they shouldn't be clicking on. And digital conduct policies. So this goes beyond just the email box, right? This goes into how do they conduct themselves on social media? What do they post? Some of the content that they'll put out there online. So definitely getting that employee trained is one of the top things on our list. Yes. What do we got next, Jake?
Next is password manager. So we get this often. password management. What can I do to protect my passwords, and what can I do to help manage all my passwords? So you as a small business need to introduce a strong password policy. So we have preached over and over again in the years past to have unique username and passwords to all of your accounts. In today's age, we can't really have unique usernames anymore. It's usually all based off of our emails, which means we only have one line of defense when it comes to passwords. So we have to have unique passwords when we all have the same username, which is usually our business emails or whatever it might be for your small business. Keep those passwords complex. There are studies done now with the introduction of AI and the introduction of supercomputers and computers being more readily available and cheaper and faster, that 8 characters or less passcodes can be hacked relatively easily now, within days, if not hours. So we highly recommend long, complex, unique passwords, which then leads to the question. Go ahead, Earl.
We would refer to them as passphrases these days, right?
Passphrases, yes.
Several words, right?
Yes. And to help mitigate that, because passwords and passphrases are long and complex and hard to remember, we would suggest that you introduce what we call a password manager. We get a lot of questions on what password managers are and which ones should be used. They're all relatively secure, but we do ask you do your own resource, your own vetting, and find which one is best for you. We here at the North Star have quite a few different recommendations we can give you on different variation tools, but it all comes down to which one you feel is best for you. And password managers are a software that is for you to be used to store all of your unique passwords, making it easy for you to log in. So if those of you that use Google Chrome or Firefox or maybe Safari, if you're on Macs, it's that pop-up that says, do you want to save your password, or it auto logs you in. Those are browser-based password managers. There's also software-based, which are Keeper, 1Password, Password Boss. There's dozens of them out there. They all do something slightly unique, but it allows you as an organization, as a small business, to store all of these unique passwords and all of these unique usernames into a very secure vault that allows you to auto log in every time you want to log in without you having to know the password. And then one step further is multi-factor authentication, also referred to as two-factor authentication. It's that annoying code that you have to enter when you enter in a password on your banking site or something, when you get that 6 to 8 digit code that most people find annoying that they have to do that extra step. But trust me, that extra step is very valuable, because even if they were to guess your password, you still have a method that has to be authenticated. So that way, even if they got it, they would have to have that email code that was sent to you, that text message, or how I prefer people use is that authenticator app, like Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator. A lot of different softwares and different companies have different variations, but it's that repetitive code that reiterates every 30 seconds. That's that two-factor as well. Just also keep in mind that human error counts for about 95% of all data breaches, meaning the human or your employee or yourself did something to initiate the problem. So systems are inherently secure until you introduce that human element.
Yeah, but that brings up our next topic. They're only secure if you keep them secure, right? You gotta, from time to time, make updates. I mean, if you've got a cell phone or any device in your life, you know that it's constantly getting updates, and you have to approve those or try to stay up on those. So our next item here is software updates and patches. You know, all software should be kept up to date. And I will even throw in there, as you're going through and figuring out what software needs to be updated and how to get that done, you also need to be considering, do I even need this software? There may be some outdated software you're not using any longer, especially on phones. We load these apps to do these fancy things, and then 2 months later, we don't even need it anymore. So situations like that, remove those old outdated software packages or old apps, because you're just you're probably not keeping that up, and that's giving hackers a backdoor to the systems, as that last bullet there says. Cyber attacks exploit known vulnerabilities. Hackers keep a list of what's going on out there and what updates have gone out, so that they can find those folks who have not updated their systems, their operating systems, or antivirus and so on, so that they can use that as a doorway into these networks. What do we got next, Jake?
Next is network security. But before we move on to network security, I just wanted to point out that if you are running Windows 7 or Windows XP, you are no longer getting security updates. So that means that it's time to upgrade that operating system completely to either Windows 8 or Windows 10. And same goes for Macs. Mac only supports the latest 6 operating systems. So if your system is one of those older systems that isn't getting getting the new operating system, it is a good assumption to assume that you no longer are going to get updates to your security, and you want to move on. And it's not just operating systems, like Earl said, it's antivirus, all of those fancy apps that we have. So network security, this one goes a little bit more in depth to your actual security system and what you're doing online. This is where I tend to lose some people, mainly because it is a little bit more technical, but I'm going to try my best to make sure that we keep it in terms that most people can understand. So firewalls are important to have, mainly because they are that first line of defense between you and the outside world. So having a firewall built into your systems is important. Now, most computers today have some form of firewalls that are natively built into the operating system. So Windows Defender has a version, as well as for Mac, they have an additional version called Firebolt, but that is more of an encryption side, which actually will go ahead and transition to encryption. So we highly recommend that you encrypt all of your data that is sensitive, that is PII, personal identification information. That data needs to be basically unusable to anyone without authorization. So to do that, we do what we call is encrypting, which is basically jumbling up all of the data so that only you with the correct password can unjumble the data. And so encryption is done natively on iPhones. Androids have at least, I believe they've gone to the sense now they're encrypted by default as well, but it used to be you had to go on and turn that feature on. Windows machines, encryption can be done with a software called BitLocker, which is actually native to the operating system, and then Firebolt, which is Mac's version of that encryption. You want everything to be encrypted that has that sensitive data. And then I would go as far as, if you're using third-party vendors or you're using cloud storage, most Google and OneDrive are already natively encrypted. So when you store files, they are encrypted from the outside. However, if it's super sensitive, we do recommend a third-party software to encrypt that file before you even put it to a cloud software. Data encryption gets a little hairy here and there, so it really depends on what level you're trying to get and how sensitive your data is. HIPAA compliance is very important here, as well as certain PII. Factory settings, we want to make sure that you are changing any factory settings on your modems, your routers, your printers, anything like that that record somewhat sensitive data. So on your modems and routers that you get from Comcast, Verizon, or whoever your internet provider might be, they have a native admin username and password to get into the internals of the system. You as a business owner probably have never been on them. It's probably the case mainly because you never need to. Most, especially Comcast, allows you to do a lot of it from online, but that admin setting still puts that username and password out there to everyone. So you can Google right now, admin username and password to Comcast router, and it will instinctively give you what is native, what is the default admin password. So what we recommend is you change that password. It's as easy as just logging in and hit changing password. Also, phones, any device that can be factory reset when you're turning things in is also important. So if you're going to upgrade a phone or upgrade a tablet or computer, it's important that you factory reset your devices before you turn them in. And then monitoring network traffic. Most softwares out there now, Comcast does this. I know Verizon does this for business, that today you can actually see a report of who's on your network at any given time and what they're doing. Not necessarily like what websites they're viewing, but a topic or a range of what is happening. Or is it shopping? Is it entertainment? Or whatever it might be. And you can actually block and or submit or let through certain traffic depending on what's happening. So we highly recommend that you segregate your network so that way you have a monitor that sits there and looks at, okay, this person's shopping, should they be shopping on our business network? I can block that as easy as just going into my Comcast router on my business portal and saying block business shopping, and so on and so forth. So network traffic, I'm not saying you need to be a network security engineer. None of us will be. But we do recommend that you at least monitor what's happening, because if you have a lot of network traffic coming from a country that is not somewhere you do business, it's highly likely that there is a sign of compromise, and you want to shut that down by either blocking it and then analyzing what's happening with that. So that's our most technical slide, I promise.
Yep, probably so. Of course, it's easy to detect if, do I have an employee from a foreign land logging in at 3 a.m? That's probably pretty easy to pick up on, right?
Yes.
All right, so backups is our next one. We're about halfway through, so let's talk about backups. Backups is something that can help actually not only mitigate the risk, but also speed up the recovery should you end up getting hacked. We have a simple method here that we share with everybody. It's a 3-2-1 method. Basically, you should have 3 copies of your backup, 2 that you have that are off the system, 1 that's on the system, 2 different media, meaning you might have 1 on a external drive and 1 in the cloud, or just make sure they're 2 different types of backup medium. And then the number 1 of the 3-2-1 is having 1 of those backups off-site. As we've said, we hope nothing bad happens, but if the earth should shake or the tornado come through or the fire burn, you don't want all of your backups to be in the same building as your servers or your computers. So keeping 1 off-site is a good idea. And I know some of my clients keep them in bank safe deposit boxes. That's a pretty safe bet there. And so definitely want to do the backups. So Jake, how about access control?
Yes, access control. But I also want to stress we have test backups regularly. Please do that. I had a client once who thought they were backing up for years and then actually needed to use the backup and realized that there was a corrupt file that was never allowing them to fully back up correctly. And so they never could back up because they never had an actual useful backup. So please test your backups, make sure you can see them, see your files, all that on a regular basis. So access control. This is a really fancy term to just basically know who has access to your data, whether that be physical or digital. One, limit access to sensitive data systems, meaning lock the doors to any sensitive file room and only give access to people who actually need it. So physical keys, but the same sense, do that digitally. So if you have a Google Drive account or a Microsoft OneDrive account, within your business organization. You can actually lock folders so that way only certain people with certain usernames can have access to those folders. So limit access to that sensitive data to the people and the systems who need it. And then second would be grant access based on employee roles. So I know that it's, especially when if you're a small business and you're setting these things up on by yourself, it's just, you start a Google Drive account and you just give all the employees their own account, their own email addresses, and then just go. Here's the main directory, and here's where we're putting all these different files here, there, and everywhere. We want to make sure that only certain users have access to certain data. So people from HR should have access to certain HR records, but people like consultants, like our normal employees, shouldn't have access to everyone else's employee records. So making sure that you designate, okay, this person has access to this person has access to that, and you get notified if someone tries to access something they're not supposed to. And then promptly remove access from those no longer needing it. So this actually makes it helpful for removing employees when they have gone on to other jobs, or they've chosen to do a different career, or whatever it might be. You can go in there and delete their email address from having access from certain files. So you know that even if they somehow were to log back in with their old email address before you were able to delete that email address, you at least removed them from accessing certain files. This actually kind of ties into password managers as well. One of the key things for password managers is that you can actually share passwords securely. So if you are a owner of the small business and you only have one password for, let's say, your MailChimp account, because you went with the free version or the cheaper version, it only gives you one username and password, but you have two people who need access to it. You can, in your password manager, allow those two people to share that same password within your password manager. They won't see the username, they won't see the password, they'll just be able to be prompted to auto log in. And when they do that, you control when and where they do that. And also, in addition, if they were to leave the organization, you can then remove access to that password so they no longer have access. So you don't have to go and change the password and username every time someone leaves or is onboarded. So with that, we're going to kind of roll into some added security software.
Yeah, while Jake's setting that up, I want to just mention that it's also good to have policies in place for many of these things that we're talking about today. If you have a written policy and you have a roadmap, so to speak, you'll automatically account for those situations where you have to go in and remove passwords for people who have now gone through, say, an exit interview. So just having good policies is a really good way to make sure that all of these tips we're giving you today remain in place.
Awesome. And so how do we know how to be secure, and is there a software to help us do that? There is an answer to that, and it's yes. So antivirus, anti-malware, anti-spyware, however you want to name it. Actually, now they're going by, you don't actually see many call themselves antivirus. It's now total protection or identity protection now. You don't see much of just the regular antivirus like we did all those years ago, when that's all we kind of cared about. So security softwares exist like McAfee, Norton, Trend Micro, all of these big guys who are designed to help protect your business and your personal identifiable information. The other thing is all devices and systems need to have virus protection, anti-malware, or total protection. That is included with mobile devices. So smartphones need it, tablets need it, computers need it, and yes, Macs need it. It is a common question I get is, I have a Mac, I'm more secure, I don't need anything. That's not the case anymore. AI has made it extremely easy for people to, without any prior knowledge on coding, code viruses to attack known vulnerabilities. So it doesn't take a rocket science to attack both a Windows and a Mac. So that is why we recommend an antivirus on all devices. Verizon has a version for mobile devices that is free for Verizon users. I believe Comcast does as well. Or I'm sorry, I believe AT&T does as well. I know T-Mobile does. So look at your mobile carrier and see if they have at least a free version for that. Detect and remove threats. So your antivirus, your anti-malware is only as good as it is updated. So as Earl mentioned earlier, it needs to be, all your software needs to be updated. Well, antivirus works off of updates. The whole purpose of antivirus is to scan your system for known vulnerabilities. If it does not know it exists, it cannot tell you that it's on your system. So without those updates, you cannot protect yourself. So basically, you need to constantly detect and remove threats. Your antivirus will do that automatically, hopefully, if you set it up correctly. And in addition to that is a virtual private network, also known as a VPN. We highly recommend that if you have to connect to a public network, so basically a network in a coffee shop or a conference center or an airport or a home improvement store, if you have to connect to one of those and they have no password and you know that a lot of people connect to it, we highly recommend you turn on a virtual private network. iPhones have this built in. Androids, I believe, have this built in now where you can turn these on. Sometimes they are paid subscriptions. There are third-party versions. There are integrated versions. There's a whole bunch of them. But in essence, what a virtual private network does is masks your identity to the rest of the world so that way you can securely navigate to your banking websites, your financial institutions, wherever you're going, in a secure manner so no one can actually look at the traffic that's on that actual network router or public Wi-Fi. One caveat is not all VPNs are created equal. Not all of them are designed to actually encrypt the traffic, which is that whole mixing up your data so no one can read it but you. Some of the VPNs are only designed to mask your data, which means basically it looks like you're coming from one place that you're not. So when you're looking at VPNs and looking to see which one is the best for you, you need to understand what is the best for your business. Do you only need to have it look as if you're coming from one place so that way people just don't know who you are? Or do you actually need to protect the data that's in transit? And 9 times out of 10, you'll want to protect the data that's in transit. So encryption is the route that you would take. So with that, we're going to kind of transition to email security, which is an additional layer of all of those pesky emails that we get on a daily basis. I know that I get hundreds a day, some of them legitimate, some of them not.
Definitely. Lots of email coming at us, and it's difficult sometimes to pick out the ones that we should not be interacting with. The hackers have gotten a lot better at wording these things, and some of the warning signs that we've been teaching people over the years to take into account are no longer used quite as often. So one of the things we have is email filtering and scanning. So there are software settings that you can do to filter out emails that you don't want coming from certain sources. We can pre-scan emails in many cases and kind of head those off before they reach the inbox, so to speak. So I know a lot of organizations have the ability to quarantine emails as they're coming in and try to prevent it even getting in front of the human so that we don't end up with a problem. Blocking that leads into blocking the phishing and malicious attachments as well. If we know of a particular phishing attack that's been formatted in a particular way, or maybe is using a particular vendor, so to speak. I know I've had many high-profile logos used in phishing attacks, and if we know that that's going around, we can filter those out and hopefully get rid of some of these attachments that might be contained within. And of course, that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, training employees on what to look like. Should something make it through the filter or the scanning that we have in place, it's very possible that the operator at the keyboard is our last chance to stop this. So making sure that employees know what to look for, things like making sure that the email address that it's coming from is indeed the correct email address. The people get very creative with that. It's hard to pick it out sometimes. Looking for certain things within the email. Sometimes broken English is a good misspellings, poor grammar, those kinds of things. So like I say, though, they're getting much better with that. So it's harder to pick those out. But training employees on some of the common things to watch for is a good thing. And then you simply could say, hey, look, if you don't know where this email is coming from and it has an attachment, you just simply delete it. If this is something extremely important, the person who's coming to you with that information is going to come at you again, or you will be expecting it. So if you're getting an email and it has an attachment on it, you're not quite sure where it came from, no matter how enticing it may look, that's probably one you don't want to click on. You want to pass on that one. Just hit the delete key.
So going into incident response. So let's assume that doing all these protective measures to help make sure that you will not have a data breach. The fact that you will never have a data breach is probably not going to happen. Everyone is going to be breached in some instance at some time. If you ever had a Yahoo email at any point, you were a victim of data breach, mainly because Yahoo, all of their emails at one time were breached. So with that being said, incident response plan needs to be put into place. So you need to have basically a plan of action when that occurs. That comes from making sure you know what your data breach laws are in your state. Every state has one, and if you don't have one, it is definitely going to be coming down the pipeline. I know, Earl, you said your data breach law is relatively vague when it comes to how to protect yourself. Ours here in Delaware is vague in the essence of what you do when a data breach happens, but very detailed to determine if you had one. So also making sure you outline how you respond to those cybersecurity incidents. So making sure that you have plan of action on, you're going to report to the FBI if you need to, you're going to report to your state, you're going to have a digital forensics investigator come in and investigate. You're going to have a legal team look at anything that requires any type of legal action. If you have a PR team, or at least if it was known data breach and you have to report out to your customers their data had been breached, you're going to need something to kind of build confidence in your customer base again, that even though you were breached, it doesn't mean that you are bad at what you do. It just means that an attacker was able to get your information and you're doing everything you can to protect it. So includes steps for containment, investigation, and recovery. It needs to be clear, so that way, just like your response plan for natural disaster might be, the same thing for cyber.
Yep. And a lot of those steps there might actually require you to search outside of your company for some of that expertise. You're not always going to have some of those skill sets within your company. So that leads us to a discussion about vendors and how they come into play. So vendors, these folks who you're doing business with and who are doing business with you, they can actually be a gateway for attacks, right? And as the slide says there, cybersecurity is a team sport, but it's not a game. So you gotta figure out who's on the team and who's not on the team, who's on the adversary's team, and try to keep that all straight. So make sure that when you're working with outside vendors, these could be folks that are providing you your raw materials. It could be people that you're subcontracting with. They come in all shapes and sizes. You want to make sure you're evaluating those folks, making sure that their security measures are up to speed and at least meet your requirements, and just make sure that you're checking them out as well. If they're not meeting your requirements, you're going to have to spell out to them what those requirements are, and that may get into going back to what I said earlier. There may be some policies that you'll share with them, and also some expectations, and some of the software updates that you do, you might let them know, hey, it's you're using the same software I am. Pass that along to them as well. So just making sure that you're in full communication with the folks that you're doing business with is also a good practice to help mitigate the risks out there.
So with that, I want to thank you all for joining us. That's our 10 tips. So Earl, you want to tell us about the resources that are available to people?
Sure. If you want to learn a little bit more about some of the things we've talked to you about today, and actually download some one-page documents that you might use within your companies, we have documents that you can download right off of our website there. You see americassbdc.org/cybersecurity. There are one-pagers on a multitude of topics. We've mentioned a lot of different resources today. That we have a resource sheet out there that will give you some software packages, and also have a guide on how you might keep yourself safe from ransomware and those types of things. So check that out if you want to learn a little bit more about what we talked about today.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, I'm Jake Blackston from Delaware.
And I'm Earl Gregors from South Carolina. Have a great day.
Thanks, everyone.
Small business owners, distinguished guests, speakers, and fellow cybersecurity enthusiasts. What an incredible first day it has been at our SBA Cyber Summit. My name is Jack Bianco, and I want to express our team's gratitude for your enthusiastic participation and dedication to promoting cybersecurity education. Today, we've delved deep into the ever-evolving world of cybersecurity, and it's been an enlightening journey. Our incredible lineup of speakers has shared their expertise, insights, and experiences, empowering you with valuable knowledge and practical advice to protect your businesses from cyber issues. I want to take a moment to express our heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of our esteemed speakers. Your expertise and willingness to share your knowledge are invaluable. You've given us a broader perspective on the challenges and opportunities in the cybersecurity landscape. Thank you for your insightful contributions. I also want to thank our attendees. Your participation, thoughtful questions, and commitment to strengthening your cybersecurity defenses are truly commendable. We'll make this summit an engaging, interactive learning experience through continued engagement. Of course, thank you to Alicia, Scott, Preston, and Mark for all of the coordination involved with pulling together our summit. As we conclude this first day, I encourage you all to carry the lessons you've learned today into our next session held on October 25th. We will have an equally exciting lineup of sessions covering a wide range of topics, from threat detection and incident response to data protection and compliance. I am confident that these workshops will further enhance your understanding and preparedness in the realm of cybersecurity. By participating in this summit, you are not only safeguarding your own businesses, but also contributing to the collective mission of strengthening cybersecurity across the small business community. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and your commitment to education and awareness is a testament to your dedication. So let's come back next week with the same enthusiasm and passion, ready to continue our journey toward a more secure digital world.